me get it out. God damn it. Let's go. Let me drink to some of these tears. They taste so good. Young Riaz, a.k.a. Drip King, salute to you, my brother. How you doing? Hey, that's right. I'm going to help y'all out today. That's right. I'm going to help y'all out today. My name is Sharon Bracey, and we are the Solution-Based Group, and we got some of the greatest people a part of this group, and I want all of y'all to be a part of this group so we can learn and get down to some solutions together, because every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric every single day. And we love to have the different conversations with different people with different perspectives. So we want to make sure, though, you are not just regurgitating remedial rhetoric that you heard from other people. We want to make sure your thoughts is your thoughts. So what we do here every day is we challenge the remedial rhetoric that we hear. It's so many talking points that we could just pick apart. And when we start picking them apart, we start peeling back the onion and we turn this into a cry fest. We see what's really going on in this world. We see the bullshit from the real. What's up, Jalen? You like that type? Thank you. I appreciate that. I love the love. It makes me feel good. So when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back so I can feel that great productive energy coming through the screen. Yes, I can feel it. God damn it. Yep. Yeah. So we're going to have a conversation about it is 4 things. 4, because we don't like to waste nobody's time. So make sure y'all hit that like button, that share button. And if you got 99 cents, I will appreciate it. It is 4 things. And if you pay attention to these 4 things in your relationship, you can absolutely 100% avoid divorce. Let me drink to some tears. God damn it. Tastes so good. And I think it is important to break down these 4 things, because I believe a lot of people, they go through these 4 things and they don't even realize that they are doing it on a day-to-day basis with their partner, or their partner's doing it to them, and they don't realize it. And if you are in a relationship and because I know a lot of people nowadays, they don't like to go ahead and use the N-word. They act like it's a curse to be married. They act like it's a goddamn curse. However, so whatever kind of relationship you have, if you are dealing with a long-term relationship and you want to be with that person, that partner, whatever you want to call it, to death do your part, avoid these 4 things like the plague. And I want to say guarantee. I'm very close to saying guarantee. But if you do not want to get divorced, you should listen to these things as we're going to break these things down. I want to know, have anybody ever heard of these 2 doctors? They are married and they are called, their last name is Gotham, Julia and, I forgot the man's name. That's sad. I'm over here. However, they are called Gottman, right? And they are couple therapists that have been married. For me personally, I would not trust any kind of couples therapist or a marriage therapist. I would not talk to anybody about my marriage that hasn't or is not currently in a visibly successful marriage. I will not have a conversation with them about marriage. I just think I want to deal with somebody that is currently doing the good fight, especially if I'm going through some problems, because I don't want to go to somebody and then they say, hey, listen, hey, you always got the other option. I did it. I'm fine. No, I want somebody to encourage me to get through this difficult time, because once you get through this difficult time with your partner, it is not a bad thing anymore. All of a sudden, it is a great thing. You like, damn, we went through the fire through the limit, past it all. You know? So, do we know what these 4 things are? I wonder if anybody knows. But before we get to these 4 things that you absolutely have to get rid of in your mind, get rid of in your relationship, I was going to run down some normal stuff that people should be understanding of, right? You should have you should I got to get my thoughts together. First thing you need to have is some great conflict management. It's one of the first fucking things you need to have. Before we get down to the 4 things that will absolutely save you from any kind of divorce or any kind of long-term breakup, any kind of damaging breakup, I'm going to give you all the 4 things. But before we go through those things, I'm going to give you some other things before we get to the main 4 points that we're talking. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that share button. I appreciate that. Get rid of baggage. Getting rid of baggage is probably a good one as well. Absolutely. Conflict management is something that I think is very important that people just overlook, right? Instead of avoiding conflict, right? You need to manage it constructively is what you need to do. You need to be able to get through things and have a conversation and have an open communication system with you and your partner. That's one of the things that can help you get through some of these little bullshit things that go on in the relationship. This is the bullshit stuff, right? And turns into big, humongous problems. Building a fondness and admiration for your partner, right? So you got to be strengthening your emotional bond by appreciating and respecting each other, which is something that we see is very difficult on these panels. We have a problem with people respecting each other. We also have a problem with these panels when we hear these men interacting and talking about women. Positive interactions. We always hear these men saying all these negative interactions. How about y'all two? We are partners. Me and you are married. Let's focus on all our positive interactions, right? Emphasizes maintaining positive interactions. For every negative one, you should keep about 5 positive reactions and say, hey, yes, we went through this rough time, but hey, I remember this, that, and the third, all these great things. What's up, Big Bad Boy? Glad to see you here. All right. That's just a couple one that I could go off my head. So I want to get down to the 4 things. It is 4 things. If you want to avoid a divorce, these 4 things. These 4 things. Number 1, criticism, defensiveness, contempt, and stonewalling. Those 4 things right there. If you get rid of those things out of your relationship, you are absolutely 100%. I'm damn near guarantee it. I want to say guarantee, but I don't know if I can say that because there's other things that could possibly happen. But those 4 things were tremendously, I would say, 98% give you a chance that you would not ever get a divorce. If you follow these things and you pay attention to these things in your life, these 4 things, these 4 horsemen things, these are like the 4 horsemen of marriage. They would kill your marriage if you're doing any of these 4 things. It's important. So criticism is very important because we hear on these panels all the time how critical these men are of women. And if you are like anything like those things, that critical of women within your own relationship, guaranteed you will be getting divorced. This involves attacking your partner's character rather than addressing specific behavior. Let me say that again. So criticism. It involves attacking your partner's character rather than addressing specific behavior. What am I saying when I say this? For example, saying something like, what is something people say, right? You never think about anyone but yourself. Instead, what you should say is this. I was upset when you didn't call me to let me know you was running late. Make sure y'all hitting that damn like button. That's what you could fucking do. Once I told y'all a story about the woman, right? A wife can actually bring life or a knife to a relationship when you walk through that door. So all the ladies out there, all the fellas, just listen to this quick story. So it was a woman. She was doing all the things that she was prepared for dinner. Her husband always come home at a certain time. She is preparing dinner like she always do. Everything is moving in the right direction. 10 minutes go by, he didn't call and he didn't walk through that goddamn door. She was starting to get worried at first. And then another 10 minutes go by. What happened? She started getting frustrated. Now she is angry. And so the husband, we don't know what's going on with her, but in her mind, she's like, when he walked through that fucking door, she was getting heated. When he walked through that goddamn door, I'm going to tear him a new one, right? So she have a decision to bring life or a knife to that relationship. So when he walked through that door, she could give him life or she could give him a knife. So what did she do? As he's walking through the door, she heard the keys jingling. And something came over her goddamn spirit, right? And so she was making a decision, what is she's going to do? Whether she's going to be calm or she's going to wild out. And while she hear him put the key inside the door, he turns, hear the door unlock. Clack! Doorknob turns, and she's like, I got to make a decision. What should I do? He opens the door. What does she do? She goes over there, she gives him a hug and says, baby, I love you. So she chose to give him life. And what that happens was the very next thing that he said, babe, let me tell you about the story that I had. This happened with my boss. A fire broke out. My tire had a flat tire. My phone died. I didn't have no reception. All these things happened to him on his way home. And he was very stressed on his way home. So he was just decompressing on the way home because he was dealing a lot of stress. But what she chose to do was give him life when he walked through the door by saying, hey, baby, I love you. Gave him a kiss on the cheek. That's all she did. And he gave so much gratitude towards her because she chose to give him life instead of a knife. These are things that you got to do if you want to maintain a long-lasting, beautiful relationship. So number one is criticism. If you want, I can give y'all some useful tools to not criticize your damn partner. In my mind. So I think one thing that you should do, you should use I statements instead of saying you never listen to me. Try to say, I feel unheard when I'm talking to you and you looking at your phone. So what that does, right? So what it does for you in your relationship, this shifts the focus of blaming your partner to expressing your feelings and needs, because that's what your partner want to hear about. They want to hear about your feelings and your goddamn needs. They don't want to hear you blaming them and criticizing them. Absolutely, Anya Bracey. I agree. It doesn't happen off of one incident. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. However, I'm just saying, when you are constantly criticizing your partner, this is going to be a problem for you, and it's going to cause you to get a divorce. So this is why you should not use I statement. You should use I statements more, so you could tell the person how you actually feel, and so the person can probably respond. You need to be very specific and objective. Focus on specific behaviors rather than making generalizations. For example, instead of you always late, you could tell your partner, hey, I noticed you were 15 minutes late to our dinner last night, and it made me feel unimportant. This is some fucking good game right here. What up, Nighters? Good day to you. How are you feeling, sir? Good day. Good to see you here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm breaking down some things. I call these things the Four Horsemen of divorce in my mind. So this is a theory made by his name's Gottman, right? It's two psychiatrists. They are It's like couple therapists. That's what they are. That's the word I'm looking for. Let me drink some more damn water. So you need to be so those are the 4 things, and I'm breaking down how I see them in my mind. So right now we talk about criticism. And I think one way you could not take criticism so harshly is use I statements. Instead of saying you never did something, you say I feel unheard when such and such and such. Right? Another thing you could do is be very specific. You could be an objective. And if you just focus on your partner's focus on the specific behavior rather than making it a generalization, I think you'll be much further in your relationship. I think expressive positive needs is important for a long-lasting relationship if you do not want to get divorced. So you should frame your request in a positive way instead of saying something like stop ignoring me, try I would appreciate if we would spend some time talking without distractions, which is a very difficult thing to do when you got some fucking crazy children. You always late? I feel you. Hey, can we be on time tomorrow? No. See that right there? That's that criticism. That is that. I don't know about that. That is very sarcastic. I think people got to be very careful about being sarcastic when they're talking to their partner as well. Because some people overboard it. Like it ain't funny. Because some sarcasm is funny. It's hilarious at times. Most of the time, people are annoyed by people being sarcastic. I cannot read your name, but I think 2 pieces that can get left out with men and their communication with women is don't be petty and control and manage their emotion EQ. That's a good one as well. That's a good one as well. Why are you always late, Chalk? See, you don't want to say that to that person. You say, "Hey, man, I noticed, Chalk, you're always late." And it makes me feel unappointed. It makes me feel unappointed when every time we do something, you are being late all the time. It's like you don't really care about me. How would you respond to that, Chalk? Just asking. All right, so that's criticism. I think defensiveness is another issue that people will have. So this is part 2 to the 4. So the first one is criticism. The second one is defensiveness, right? So this is defensiveness is a common reaction to criticism and involves making excuses or counter attacking instead of taking responsibility. For instance, responded with, "It's not my fault. You always nagging," when confronted about a mistake. Because I hear this all the time on these damn pages. They'll say, "It's not my fault." They was blaming somebody else. "You always doing this. You always late." No, relax your goddamn self, sir or ma'am. Because y'all ma'ams be wilding out too as well, goddamn it. Oh, you talking about that? I did say use I. Yes, I did. I got you. Now I see what part you was talking about. I got you. I thought you were talking about because I did reference being late as well. I was referencing that as well. So that's why I thought you were talking about something completely different. And I think ways to combat being defensive, right, is we need to start learning how to listen actively, right? Focus on truly understanding your partner's perspective without interrupting, which is something that, let me say that again. Listen actively. Focus on truly understanding your partner's perspective without interrupting or planning your response while they're speaking. I wonder, have y'all seen that happen on these goddamn panels before? That is the truth. I get no respect. Why not? I don't understand. I always talk about relationships. I don't understand. Why are you asking me why this show today, Sharon? Also, we was talking about yesterday about men being in bromances and how they need to be able to have a safe space to communicate. A lot of men, they do not have safe spaces to communicate, and they always saying that in the barbershop is where they go to show they misunderstand this with a woman. No, this show was not a spare of the moment. As you can see, I'm actually thinking through what I'm saying. What the fuck wrong with y'all? Sometimes I don't even know why. I get on my goddamn nerves for no reason. You want to interrupt my damn show? Spend 99 cents. God damn it. What up, Kels? Rockabye, baby. So that's one way. So, right. So if you are defensive in your relationship, right, what you need to do is learn how to listen actively. Focus on truly understanding your partner's perspective without interrupting or planning your response while they are speaking. Show that you are listening by nodding, maintaining eye contact, and if you're good enough, right, you can also summarize what they're saying before you respond. Another way to avoid being defensive, right? You need to take some damn responsibility, right? Acknowledge your partner in the situation. Jesus. Even if it's just like a small aspect. For example, instead of saying something like it's not my fault, what you can do is say, I see how my actions contributed to this, and I'm sorry, god damn it. That's how you could goddamn do it. You know what the F you be doing? Well, thank you. I believe so. I appreciate that. I get snow cheeks. I'm spitting bars right now. I want to make sure y'all people stay goddamn married if that's what you want to be. If you want to be in a long-term relationship, I want you to do that. I'm going to give you these 4 points of how you can navigate through that. And I will be opening up the goddamn panel if anybody disagrees with what I'm saying. And also, what some people need to goddamn do is pause before reacting. So when you feel defensive, take a moment to breathe and collect your thoughts before responding. This can help you respond more calmly and thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. So this is just the things that I witnessed while being on these panels, that people do not take the time. Take a pause. Like, everybody not trying to beat you up every single time. That is not the case. It's plenty of times. Let me pin it to the top. It's plenty of times people are overreacting. Plenty of times. What is that? So that's 2. So we went through criticism and we got through defensiveness. All right. So what's another thing that we can avoid like the plague if you want to stay goddamn married? One thing you need to do is avoid contempt. To me, I think contempt is probably one of the most destructive of these 4 things that we're going to be talking about today. Contempt. It's probably the worst thing you could do with your partner. It's very destructive. And it involves treating your partner with disrespect, especially for a man. If you ask most men, what do they rather have? They would rather have respect than your damn love. And that's just the truth of the goddamn matter. You have a see-through fanny pack. What the hell are you talking about? So that's one thing, right? So contempt involves disrespect. It involves like mocking them, using sarcasm. It also, I believe, contempt conveys a sense of superiority. Let me drink some damn water. I can't pronounce words, god damn it. But y'all know what the hell I'm trying to say. How do you pronounce the word? Superiority. That's the word I'm trying to say. Superiority. All right, I gotta look up what I say. And can be incredibly damaging. And what we hear all the time on these goddamn panels is that these men feel like they are superior to women. And that could drag out into your relationship. That is one way to shortify way to get goddamn divorced. It's showing that you are above your wife, that you are superior to your wife, that your wife is beneath you. Ain't no human being want to feel that way. That is probably the most, being in contempt is probably the most damaging. We hear men say it all the time, right? They feel like if they go talk to a woman that is less than a dime, that woman has, who are you to tell me no? We heard married men say, what? My wife can't tell me no to no sex. We hear they have a superiority complex. And that is very damaging to if you're trying to be in a real life relationship with a human being and you want to have it to last a long time. We see that men that have these relationships and they, end up in divorce, most of them, they feel superior to women. And that's a big issue. I understand Beyonce say you got a big ego, but that type of ego is inflated. It's more arrogance. People don't even understand what the word arrogance really means. People be looking at the word arrogance like it's something positive. It is not. Arrogance is not a positive word. Arrogance is a false self of ego, right? It's inflated. You are having this grandiose version of yourself and you do not have no proof behind it. Ain't no proof in the fucking pudding. So contempt is a very horrible thing to have within a relationship. And clearly people are having it all the damn time. Clearly. His name is John Gottman, I believe. That's his name. John and Julia. And so the number 4 thing, you need to avoid this 4th thing if you do not ever want to get divorced. It is called stonewalling. Stonewalling is something that you absolutely need to avoid if you do not want to ever get divorced. Let me welcome to the show somebody that's going to let me know if I'm right, wrong, or indifferent. He's going to let me know, or if I'm hitting on any of these points, because him himself is a married man. Welcome to the show, BMU. Good day, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I didn't want my mic chop up on you. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing well.
Good, man. When I have a question. So when you're speaking about the 4 things that you're mentioning, when you're speaking about these things, are you coming from, because we know marriage, if we look at it from a perspective, from a spiritual narrative, marriage comes from that. So when you're speaking about the 4 things and what they should do and shouldn't do and what we should look forward to, are you speaking that from a biblical perspective or just more of a human being perspective?
I'm speaking at it on a human being perspective. I believe that if you pay attention to the criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling, those 4 things, you erase those things out of your relationship. I believe your relationship can get through anything.
Okay, because and for the people that who are married and they're doing it from a biblical perspective, I think that we have to be mindful on what we say, because it is biblically written that a wife is not to deny her husband of any type of sexual intimacy. So
where does it say that at?
Okay, the Bible. I'll give you the scripture and verse right now. You ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
All right, give me just a second. All right.
No problem. Why he's getting that together? Because it also says, well, again, I'll wait to hear what he says about this.
Yeah, no problem.
Bible verse first.
Give me just a second.
I can understand it. But yeah, so I think a woman not wanting to do it. Good day, MJ. Good day, zero tolerance. How y'all doing today? What you talking about, tolerance? Because it is an important thing. Even though I think sex is the least thing that we do, it is very important to a lot of people. Go ahead, BMU.
So if you go to 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 5, right? It says, do not deprive one another from sexual acts unless you both agree. That you must, and then if you agree to do it, it say that you may devote yourselves to prayer only, but then come back together immediately in sexual acts, so that Satan will not tempt a man or thy woman for lack of self-control.
Great.
Do not deprive each other from sexual intimacy.
Right. It says deprive though, so it doesn't say that you cannot not refuse it. So deprive means
to take from.
Say that again.
Deprive means to take from, to say no to. If I say I'm deprive you from water, that means you're not getting any water and you're thirsty.
Right. So it also means for a long. It doesn't mean just no, right? It doesn't mean that it's like, so if she denies me tonight, that doesn't mean that my wife is depriving me of sex. It just means that we didn't have sex tonight. Depriving me.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
We could look up the exact definition, but as you know, language changed. The word deprive, the way how we use it in today's time, we don't use it as no. We use it as this is something that is constantly happening, and I'm not getting what I need because I need sex, and you are depriving me of it because you constantly telling me no. You withholding sex from me. So I think that's the difference. So if a woman's just not in the mood tonight, that's why it said also we got to pray about it, right? But also it says that because you become one. It says that in the Bible as well, right? You and your husband or wife, however you want to put it, right? So me and our wives, we become one, correct?
Absolutely, and that's why.
So now, when we become one, why would we want to do something that the other part of my body don't want to do?
Now,
you don't want to force something on your body that it doesn't want to do.
Right, and I understand what you're saying, but I do want to take you to, if we go a few, because I didn't want to read the whole thing, but I think it's important to just one more verse. It says 1 Corinthians 7 and 4. So if you go over a verse, it says this in totality. It says, the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband doesn't have authority over his body, but the wife does. They have authority over each other's body, meaning what? Right? It does. So if my wife comes in and says, I want that peen and I want it now, it is my obligation as being married to her to give her the peen when she wants it.
Not necessarily when she wants it, right? But yes, you should definitely oblige as much as you possibly can. So now I looked up the word deprive. So it means suffering a severe and damaging lack of basic material or cultural benefits. So therefore, so that's why when it used the word deprive, it doesn't mean that you say no. The woman can absolutely say no. Because if she is depriving, that means you are suffering. You've been months and years without any kind of intimacy and sexual favors from your woman. So now you're depriving him.
But it doesn't take months and years for a man, because we know men are physical creatures, women are emotional. So if a man is coming home from work and he comes home from a place where there's a whole bunch of women tempting him, and he comes home to have sex with his wife, right? And his wife denies him that, where does his mind go? You have to be willing. And I heard a lady say this, I can't remember who said it, but she said that you must do two things. You must pray for your husband, and you must deplete your husband from any type of thing that if he goes out, the wolves are waiting. And they are, Sharon, just to be honest. There are women out there looking at men. I've heard women at my job, professional women at the place that I work, say, oh, I can tell when a man ain't getting none. It'll be easy to fuck him.
Right. They might say that. That's because they recognize a weakness within a man.
Right.
So
because he ain't getting.
So now, if he's not getting them, that should not be his weakness. He should not be so heavily focused on just sex with his wife. It should be so many other things that's going on within the world that they are attempting to build, that sex should not be his main focus with his wife. Me and you both know that. Me and you both know that sex is the least thing that you're going to ever do in a marriage. Out of all the things that we could go down a list of things, you're going to eat food more than you have sex.
Right. Exactly. But however, sex is very important, sir. is very important. Even verses like be fruitful and multiply, verses like where it talks about men and women coming together, having sex, being sex. If you go read the book of Song of Solomon, Song of Solomon is describing how good sex is with his wife, talking about her breast and the succulent of her breast and how the water and the sweat drips down her body. I mean, it's a whole book about it. So it's like it's extremely important because that's what it's made for. I don't think men in marriage, I think why get into a marriage when the man will have to be, or a woman, because there's some men are depriving their wives too, a little number, a small percentage. But I'm saying, why get married if you know you're going to tell your spouse, no, I can't give you the thing that you married and committed to me for. One of the things that you committed to me for.
Right. So I believe one of the I mean, if that's the only thing you want, so that's where the whole conversation goes to, that women feel like they are only a piece of meat to a lot of men. And then that's when the value system got to change within for husbands. Like, you cannot just look at your wife as she is my release. She's got to be way more than just a release. So this way, when you are functioning through the word, when you get intimacy, when you hugging and you loving and you kissing and you building things, all those other things will subdue this whole sexual nature that you got to get a nut. That takes 2 minutes. Because most men are not pleasing their woman anyway. We know that for a fact. So most men are not even taking the time out to even please their woman. They're just getting on top of them, pumping the sweat until they bust a nut.
Again, though, but you have to also keep in mind, though, if a man is married, it is his absolutely 100% right to have sex with his wife. And I think the wife should be as telling of that as possible. There's a lot of women out here, though, that say that. A lot of women say, I love having sex with my husband. I want to have sex with my husband. I'm not going to let my husband leave the house without sex, because sex is important, because intimacy is important. And I'm not saying just sex alone, because intimacy is important, right? A man can go out with his wife and be nice, and they're gonna have dinner, and that woman look at him like, oh, I can't wait till I get home to have that man inside of me, right? So it goes both ways. But I think in marriage, I think if you're not willing to make those sacrifices and to be willing to please your person, I just think you shouldn't get married.
Right, but I believe that if most men are paying attention to their woman, right, they're not always overly critical of their woman, right. They're not in contempt with their woman, right, and they're not stonewalling a woman. They women will understand who they are, and you could recognize when your woman is off a little bit if you just pay attention to your woman every day. You know when something is off. You know when something is on her mind. You know when that vagina is dried up. By you just paying attention, she just moves a certain way. She walks a certain way. She pulls on certain underwear when she's in the mood. All these things happen if you're paying attention to your woman. The way how she laughs and jokes with you, what TV shows she's watching, what music she's listening to. So all these things is clues, because we don't have to worry about the absolute verbal thing, because it's all these other non-verbal things. If you paid attention to your wife, you absolutely know when your wife is off. And so at that moment, if you pay her some attention and you let her know that you are into her and you want to make sure that she is good, that man, those juices are just gonna naturally flow. You ain't gonna never. I don't ask my wife for no sex. I never have to ask.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to. I think that's the caveat right there. I agree with you. I don't think a man or a woman should have to ask their spouse for sex. I even heard couples say, we schedule it, we put it on the calendar. What the fuck?
I mean, I could understand that if you're a very busy person, like you flying around a lot or something of that nature, right?
But think about it, Sharon. You walking down the sidewalk, your watch goes off or your phone goes off, and you look at it, it says "fuck wife today at 8." Come on, guy, that's just crazy.
Hey, some people are just strange. Hey, some people are that busy. I think if you're really that busy, you got to call your assistant the schedule. Hey, can you tell my wife we got a 3 o'clock?
Yeah, we got 3 o'clock humping today at 3 o'clock, 3:15.
Some people lifestyles maybe is that, because it is that billionaire, that light-skinned black billionaire, and I can't believe I forget his name right now. But him and his wife, they only see each other about like 3 times a week. So they absolutely got to schedule sex. So
that's woo.
But that's the life of that kind of a billionaire, right? You're making that kind of money.
Yeah.
So but that's not the majority. Majority of people, they go home to their wives every single day. And the problem is that a lot of these men, they have contempt for their wives.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the trouble happens for a lot of people. This is why a lot of men they find themselves in trouble and they get into a divorcing type situation because they are being very disrespectful to their wives. They start mocking them. They're using sarcasm towards their wives. And I think this is one of the most damaging things that you can absolutely do to your wife or your husband. And then, of course, stonewalling is something that happens as well. So this occurs when your partner withdraws from interaction, shutting down and refusing to engage. Right?
Absolutely.
It's often a response feeling, and a lot of times they be feeling overwhelmed. They can't create that person would create a sense of isolation with themselves within a relationship. They feel alone, which is wild, but it happens.
Yeah, I think that a lot of men would do that based on the fact that a lot of men really don't want to cheat. They don't. And a lot of men, they get they'll get into depression or from their job, life circumstances, mama got cancer, anything, kids or not where you want him to be. He's not where he wants to be financially. He's trying to grow financially. So it's a lot of stress on him as well as women as well. So it goes both ways. But at the same time, we have to be willing and able, bro. We got to be there, not just physically during sex, but I'm saying you got to be there to listen. You got to be ready to sit there and hold your wife, talk to your wife. Same, vice versa. The husband come home stressed out. I heard, man, take heed. Say, when my husband come home and I see him limping, I take his boots off. I rub his feet. I rub his back. I talk to him. Right? It's just like having that communication. Yeah. So it is what it is, man. It was a great story that I was telling earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but this woman, they adjusted to 8:00. The husband's always home like 15 minutes before 8, and she's always cooking. And on this particular day, he didn't come through the door at his particular time. So 10 minutes past 8:00, and she's starting to get worried. But he didn't call, so she tried calling him. He didn't answer. And then so now another 10 minutes go by. She's like, now she's angry. Like, why are you not being considerate? And then she said she knew he was about to come home, and she hears the car pull up in the driveway. And she said, and something came over her and said, like, you could either choose life or you could choose a knife. And so she heard the keys jingling. She's getting more aggravated. She's getting more stress. She's angry that he didn't answer because she don't know what's going on. And then she's heard the keys jiggle. She hears the doorknob turn. And he opens the door, and she was about to let him have it. And then when she seen his face, she gave him a hug, and she just said, "I love you." And he damn near fell in my arms and said, "Babe, let me tell you about my day." Yeah, see, that's all it takes.
That one little decision, BMU.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if she would have said, "Where the fuck you been? Where the fuck you been? Let me see your fucking phone." Man, he would have just been like, "Oh my God." But for that woman to do that, to go through all those different changes right before he opened the door, that's amazing, man. That's an amazing woman to do that, bro.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think even though Jana said she's seen that person have that conversation, she doesn't agree. She says stupid. However, I think it's very important because a lot of times we believe that we understand what the other person is going. We only see ourselves. Right? I was stressed when you wasn't answering the phone. I was stressed when you came home late. I didn't know if you was hurt. I didn't know you was this, that, and the third. Instead of just letting the person vent to you, the person will pour out their feelings to you because they love you anyway.
Exactly.
They don't want to be fighting with you every day.
Yep.
So that's that sarcasm part that we was just having a conversation with. And then that's also that criticism, right? You just go ahead and straight attack the person and criticize them. That's what I'm saying. Like, so if he would have came, she would have been saying something like, "Oh, you don't think about anybody but yourself."
Right.
Type of situation. Instead of you could go at it in so many different ways. And I think, to me personally, if you just eliminate these 4 things, you will not ever get divorced, in my opinion. Just criticism, defensiveness, stonewalling, and what was my 4th one? Contempt. The most dangerous one of them all. That's the most dangerous one of them all.
Yep. Bro. Yeah, man. Hey, good show today, bro. I'm just, sitting over here chilling. I'm finishing up some work. And I'm headed to the house, man. But I was just looking at your show, man, and wanted to come up and say a few words, my guy.
Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, ain't no problem, man. I no problem, brother.
I'm gonna try to
You
catch one of your late shows. I be going to sleep at around
man,
like.
well, we having a town hall tonight, man, on the Harris and Trump tonight.
Ooh.
So if you're not busy, man, you can roll on through, brother, and come on up. We're gonna have people just coming up with their questions. We got 2 people that are gonna be answering questions. We got a pastor gonna be there. We got a guy that's what is he for his town ordinance or town alderman or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're going to be there discussing, what things look like for Kamala as far as what she's going to bring to the table, and then we're going to have somebody the opposing side saying what's going to happen with Trump's policies. So we're working that tonight, brother.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm gonna see if I can stay awake for that. I should, because I think the kids should go to sleep early tonight. So.
Yeah, well, get you some, man, and you'll be having enough energy to get on with us, brother.
Nah, if I give me some, I'm going to sleep.
All right, my brother. Have a good night, man.
Speak to you soon.
All right, bro.
Shout out to BMU. Appreciate that. The nice little pushback. Yes, ladies, give your man some of that good. That's why that's one of the reasons why I'm married, because we know ain't nobody waiting to no goddamn to the day of, everybody popping it off right then and there. They doing it at least 2 years before. They gonna find out. Ain't nobody gonna wait. God damn it. What's up, MJ? How you feeling? MJ, I'd like to know what's your thoughts on my 4 situations, my 4 horsemen of divorce. Jalen, what do you think about my 4 horsemen of divorce? That is criticism, defensiveness, stonewalling, and contempt. What is your thoughts? I think if you get rid of those 4 things in your relationship, it doesn't necessarily have to be marriage, because I know everybody do not want to have that piece of paper. Excuse me. But if you get rid of those 4 things, I think you can have a long-lasting, loving relationship, in my opinion. And I'm going to welcome to the show the beautiful and always, woo!
Hey, Sharon.
Hey, MJ. Good day to you. How you feeling?
I'm okay. And how are you?
I think I'm doing all right.
You think so? You think so? I get it. Can you go over your 4 points again that would not lead to divorce?
So, criticism, defensiveness, stonewalling, and contempt.
I agree. You got to add resentment too.
Ooh, shit. I think that falls along with the contempt, in my opinion, because I think when people have contempt for their partner, that's when they start to get disrespectful. That's when they start mocking them. That's when they start using a lot of sarcasm towards that person, and it conveys a sense of superiority. I gotta look up when I see that word. It's too many syllables for me. God damn it.
No, definitely. Well, I would say that contempt brings on the authority aspect. But resentment is silent, and it actually is the silent killer that happens before you get contempt, right? Because the more that someone does less for you, or you feel that you're getting the short end of the stick, but you're still being requested to continue to perform the way that you're performing, then you're going to feel resentment. So that is the silent killer that happens and creeps before the contentment, whereas now more verbal, is more actively showing how much I am content about what I'm not receiving in that relationship.
People be asking some weird questions.
But I think one of the bad things about it is like, shout out to BMU. I understand he came up here with the good word and the good book and all the stuff like that, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Can I keep it 100 with you, Sharon?
Absolutely. That's the only way I expect you to do.
All right. I am sick and tired of heathens coming up here. And this is not to BMU, but this is for many other individuals. You are not followers of the good book.
Oh, shit.
You're not Christians. You're not Muslims. You're not real Judaism. You don't follow Judaism. You don't follow any form of religion. You're spiritual people. You go by your own flow of things and how things feel to you, right? That's what we do. A lot of people go by the comfort of what feels good to them. Stop using the book that you don't follow on a regular basis and try to apply that to your relationship or your marriage. You don't have the right to do so. There's a reason why the Bible is the Bible. The Bible is for people who are Christian followers. So that's why there's a certain reason why things need to happen the way they are. This is why Christians only date and marry other Christians, because the woman understands her role under the Christian faith and the man understands his role under the Christian faith. So they're both following the same teachings. These men or women are heathens. They've been acting and conducting in whatever feels good for them their whole entire life. And then now they get into a marriage and now they want to talk about scriptures that they have never really even studied on.
Shit.
And that is a big problem.
That is definitely a problem, because I think one thing that is always left out when they say the woman is supposed to follow their husband, they always leave out the part that the husband is supposed to be following God.
Correct.
So
that's why, and this is why it doesn't work. Because if you go by the Christian faith, men is supposed to submit to God before a woman submits to him. You are supposed to be the bridge that brings the woman to God. You're not following the scriptures and you wondering why things are not working. There is a system. Y'all try to literally skip over the systems and the steps, the proper steps, and want to apply certain things that suit your narrative and wondering why you're not getting the right results. Old Christian folks, old Jehovah's Witnesses and all that stuff like that, why do they have these very long relationships? Because they all followed that scripture. They all follow that religion. So they're on the same code. You can't start a relationship where y'all was doing whichever y'all wanted to do as a fucking heathen. And mind you, I'm a heathen myself. We are all heathens. We are alchemists. We like to do what fits us. We like to do what makes us comfortable. It is ridiculous now to join forces with another individual and apply something that you ain't never fucking studied on. And you don't really understand the concept of it and why it's beneficial, why it's needed to be that way.
Sheesh. Ghost of Jack, knock it off. Shh. Quietly lurking with the 2-ball. This MJ4 making wise withhold the cheeks.
Nobody's making wise withhold the cheeks, Jack, but shout out for the trolling.
Welcome to the show. Marvelous opinion. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What is your thoughts on the 4 things that you need to get rid of if you never want to get divorced?
Catch me up real quick, man. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of stepping in at the moment. I caught MJ talking, and I was kind of like, "Oh, she got some."
Okay, you can address MJ if you want.
No, what she said was good. I actually agree with a lot what she's saying. There's a lot of hypocrisy in what people do and what they say. So this, like, they'll say one thing but do something else, or they're quick to criticize others, not critique themselves. It's true.
No, and I thank you. I appreciate that, Mo, because like I said, it's just like for me is I can understand, let's say if you get married and now y'all say, okay, we're married and we're going to church all the time. And now we're going to be Christian followers, because what people don't even realize that marriage is for Christians, really. It's not for people who is really not of that faith. There's different marriages in other religions, but the way that people are talking about it now, according to the Bible, you're supposed to be a follower of that religion. That's where it applies. That's
and
what
also,
the marriage of the union is for. So you're doing everything backwards. As you're being a heathen, you be at the club, you've been fucking and sucking and all that stuff this whole entire time. And then now all of a sudden you want to get married to a person who was dibbling-dabbling in the same lifestyle you was dibbling-dabbling. And instead of y'all making that leap of faith to say, we're going to live our lives as following Christians, and go to church on a regular basis and go to Bible study, go to the reveille or the revival and all that stuff like that. No, you just want to apply a few scriptures and say, yeah, I need to apply this to my household because it benefits me.
That's interesting. And plus, another thing they don't understand too is like, so if the man is following God, right? So if your wife is disagreeing with what's going on, you can say, hey, I'm following the book that we both agreed upon. This is not me. This is me following God. Not you just following me. You also following God. So this way, it's not a superiority. You know how I can't pronounce these damn words. What's the word I'm trying to say?
Superiority complex.
There we go. Let me drink some tears. So, you know, so this way it ain't the man just having authority over the woman, but it's also scripture above that man. And that's what makes the relationship actually works. That's how it's supposed to be. So when it does have this, and I think a lot of men, like how he was saying that a woman should not deprive her husband of sex. I think a lot of times when men hear that, they think that the woman can't say no. That's not what it means. The woman can absolutely say no, but she should not deprive you, meaning that it should not be severe.
Right. And also they have to take into consideration too. So if you're not supposed to deprive yourself, she's not supposed to deprive herself from you sexually, you're really not supposed to go out there and give her your body to anybody else. But is that stopping these quote unquote good folk Christian men from out here stepping out on their wives?
I hope so.
It's not.
Damn.
Ask these pastors and these reverends who be knocking down the whole choir section.
Shit.
All right then. So again, you are leading by bad example. You're not practicing what you're preaching, and that is always going to cause trauma and conflict within any relationship and marriage, because you're not acting as in what you said that you are. You can't sit up there and enforce something and then tell somebody that they're not supposed to look at your behaviors and be like, why am I going to keep on this straight and narrow when you get to curve, dive, dash, go horizontal, go vertical, go, you get the flip mode, you get to do all this stuff and still be perceived in the same light.
Maybe that scripture is just ripped out for some pastors. They don't get a chance to read.
Well, we all know they done hit so many scrolls and so many books that was a part of the books of the great book that was created. We all know that.
I think it's very interesting. I think the reason why a lot of these people that we had these conversations with these people on these panels, right, is that we see why they don't have long-lasting relationships for a lot of them is because they are overcritical of the opposite sex. And that's one of the things that I pointed out, that if you are overcritical of your partner, that's man or woman, right? It doesn't matter which one, because both parties be overcritical of each other. If you are overcritical on your partner, that is a certified way to break up, whatever kind of relationship it is. But if it's marriage, long-term relationship, 1 day, 1 month, 2 weeks, 3 months, whatever.
I don't, tell you the truth, Sharon. Well, we know that people naturally don't like to be criticized, right? It's just a natural thing that happens that you start to get defensive, right? But the words and how your tone and the delivery matters, right? You can give someone a good critique and not feel like they're maliciously trying to hurt your feelings or make you feel.
Give me an example. Go ahead and critique me right now without hurting my feelings. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see.
You can make it up too, by the way.
Okay, so great. So I'm gonna reference something about your beard, right? Even though
I was thinking the same thing. I'm not gonna lie.
So, say like this, Sharon, I love the wisdom, and I love the wisdom that your beard represents, that you have it more full. However, I feel that if you was to trim it a little bit more, that it will make you look a little bit more distinguished, and it would be easier for you to drink water, something like that. So here I am. I'm telling you why I think this is a good idea. I'm not just saying it just because it's something that I want. It's also because it's something that can benefit you. And isn't that what a critique is? You should be critiquing people to help them, not critique them to insult them and to hurt their feelings and make them feel lower. And what we're having is a lot of these men and women are destroying their partner's self-esteem and wondering why they turn insecure, wondering why they feel incomplete, wondering why the fuck did I even get myself in this situation? Because if you feel this horrible about me, and if everything I'm doing wrong, why are you with me? Right?
So I don't think what you did was actually a critique, in my opinion. I think what you did was.
You think it was a suggestion?
I think it was very specific and very objective. And it's something that I said earlier. This is what you need to be to have a successful relationship. Whatever your feelings are about said person, you need to be very specific and very objective, because you're very specific, my beard and trimming. And you also gave an objective opinion on it and say why it would benefit me.
Right, but see, this is
and so that's why it doesn't sound like a critique the way how you presented it that way. So I do not believe that is what most people would consider a critique. Most people will hear how you produce that, and they will just look at it as you're looking out for me. You actually care for me, and that is the thing that people are missing, is that their partner actually cares for them. And I also want to welcome into the show somebody that I know can't grow a beard. Jack is dead.
Hey, don't diss my beard. I just had a whole argument with someone talking about, hey, if y'all want to diss my beard, then I don't care. All right, y'all can't make me grow a beard or shave my beard. You know, no. I told this to this chick. She's like, y'all need to stop growing y'all beards, and I said, no. Y'all can't tell me what to do with my hair. I've been telling y'all I'm tired of these bald ass vaginas, but y'all won't do nothing about that. So you know what? Your body, your choice. My body, my choice. I'm keeping my beard. You can keep your bald ass little nasty looking chicken vagina. All right.
And speaking about shaving vaginas, welcome to the show, Bob Cherry Juice.
You wrong for that? Oh my God. Hello, Sharon, my brother, MJ, my sis, Marvelous,
hey,
doing, and Jack.
Mom?
What's going on, babe?
Oh, good day.
Hi to the chat as well.
Just to go back to what we were saying, Sharon, so everybody can join in. It's just that the way how I was speaking to you is very something similar to how I speak to my son. I don't feel like I should give a critique if I'm not going to give solutions. Right? You should give a solution, or you should give a reasoning why it would be beneficial for that person. So that allows them to see your perspective as why you're even mentioning it to them anyway. You want your partner or anybody to believe that you care about them, that you're worried about them, and that this is not just coming from it's only for what I want. I'm showing you how this is beneficial to you. I think that should be what everybody would want.
Hey, Sharon, I'll add on to this, because one thing I did one time wanted to criticize you, but I didn't criticize you, because what I said, if you didn't ask for my critique, you didn't ask for what's this and that, I'm not going to give it to you, because it just seems not disingenuous, but it seems almost rude and off-putting. It's like, if you ask for it, then you get it. But then also, if it's something that you're doing that's actually affecting me, then it's my business to say something, because you're actually affecting me. But if it doesn't affect me, and it's something that then if you feel some way about it, then I'll give you some guidance on that, like, well, this is what I would do, and leave it at that.
So that's another thing too, right? So if something is affecting you personally within your relationship, especially, right? I think what people need to learn how to use is like I statements, which is something that it seems like that is a problem as well. People do not know how to communicate properly with a person. So you should use I feel like such and such and such. So this way your partner understands that you're expressing your feelings and your needs. And so this way they could understand that and actually deliver on your feelings and what you need from them.
Yeah, I agree.
And for some reason, people are very scared. They usually saying things like, you did this and you did this. If you would just do such and such, that ain't how you're supposed to communicate with the person that you're supposed to be loving. What's up, Bonche? Did you hear my four reasons to certified ways to not get divorced if you get rid of these 4 things?
No, I missed it. If you want to give it to me again, but
I definitely want to give it to you. Okay. So it's criticism.
Hey, you want to give it to me? You want to give? My hubby downstairs, he don't need to know.
I'm talking about the goddamn 4 things. Criticism, defensiveness, stonewalling, and contempt. If you get rid of those 4 things out of your relationship, I would guarantee that you will not end up in divorce.
Mm.
I
I can agree to those things.
yeah, I don't know about the guarantee part, but I can agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. I was
Well,
gonna say
you know,
my
nothing in life is
Guarantee.
guaranteed.
one thing I will say that I can guarantee
Damn.
this though. Well, I can't really say there's no guarantees in life, but I would say stronger than that would probably be selfish behavior. You eliminate selfish behavior in your relationship, you probably be good.
Well, you can't get rid of that.
No, you can't. That's why I said that's the only guarantee, but not really guarantee.
Yeah,
What you can't get rid of?
being
Selfish behavior.
You could definitely get rid of selfish behavior.
It's
No,
gonna be selfish tendencies, bro.
no, yeah, because it just means that you're looking out for yourself. I don't even recommend people get rid of it. Like
Yeah,
I
I agree.
yeah, I think I was explaining about, when I was over there helping JP, and I mentioned I felt selfish when I wanted to get a divorce. We was married 20 years and I wanted a divorce. And people asked me why, and I said, well, it was for selfish reasons. But when I explained the reason, it makes sense. It was for my, like, I was missing my family, different things like that. Just, I don't want to go into this field, but
No, yeah.
I
I got you.
felt I was, when I think about it, I was being selfish, but sometimes we should, right? If the other person not looking out for certain things, you have to look out for it yourself, right?
I
No,
think selfishness has to be controlled, right? I
Yes.
think the selfishness that we should all have is to still always protect ourselves, to still always show love to ourselves, and always look for and always put ourselves in our best interest. Look out for our best interest. Like, we see examples of people who don't look out for themselves, right? Hence me. Like, but do we see what happens, right? You get the brunt of everything. You start to destroy yourself, you start to lose yourself, and that person starts to look tired, they start to look weak, they start to look unhealthy, they start to look drained. And then nobody wants that type of partner either, where they're always complaining, where they're always sad, like they don't look happy or anything like that. That could make that relationship worse by, like, dang, like, just my presence now is like a dark cloud just come in. Think about how your partner would feel if that's the case, and them not knowing is because you felt like you wasn't doing for yourself. So I think we have to have like a healthy balance between being selfish, but try to be selfish where it's not really taken away from your partner.
Yes, there it
It
is.
just make sure just make sure just keeping your cup filled.
so
Yeah.
I don't agree with the selfish thing at all. Even though most people probably would say that I'm selfish, but I do not.
You do believe in it, Sharon, because there's certain things that you need for yourself for you to feel content. And that's going to be things that aligns with your marriage, and it's also things that align to what you need for yourself, that you do for yourself. So in
Nope.
fact, you actually do operate in selfishness, but you make sure it doesn't affect your marriage. It's not like
Yeah.
being selfish to take away from the person that you love. It's just making sure that you're filling your cup. Your cup is staying full so you can still spread it around.
No, absolutely not. I'm very selfless. I'm not selfish at all within
Oh,
my
wait.
family.
I want to challenge that then. So you don't have so Sharon, you don't have I know this is cap. I know this is cap. You be the first man. So you have no desire of anything.
But that's not being. If I have a
No,
desire,
It's going to be.
do I
Trust me,
have a
by
desire?
nature, it
Yes.
will be.
Go ahead. I'll let you build it up. Yes, I have a desire.
Okay, because when you have a desire or something, that's actually for you. That desire is
Mhm.
most likely going to be for you, something that's self-gratifying.
Okay.
Self is inside that. So instinctively, it's going to be selfish in nature. Now, can you be, like I said, doesn't affect anyone negatively? No, it doesn't have to. Like for me, I got hobbies. I love cars. I know what it is I desire with my stuff. It's my money, my stuff. I'm saying me, mine. That's all about me. Anything that's about self is going to be about you, but it's about how you affect yourself and your desires to those around you. So my wife, for instance, I'm not trying to spend a whole lot of money because at the end of the day, I still got to take care of my family. I'm not gonna do nothing that's gonna jeopardize the family, but I still have me, my cup, my little desires, my little cup of happiness to myself. And the same thing for my wife. I'm not gonna tell her she can't do this, do that. And I'm not gonna first I'm gonna tell her what to do, period. That's being selfish as well, trying to control someone. But on the flip side, when it comes to you, I don't know what it is you do desire, but I'm pretty sure if it's just for you, whatever, even if it comes to getting food, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is, if it's just for you only, in that moment, you're being selfish. But that's okay. It's natural. That's what she was saying. You're gonna
Right.
do it.
Right, but I don't do none of those things like me having those things that you're saying. I don't do those things. I don't say, hey, I'm gonna only do this, and it doesn't matter whatever anybody in the house feels about it. I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't have that.
You don't have a me time. There's no me time ever.
No, I think having me time and being selfish is two different things.
Okay, then you can explain that part to us then.
Well, so like I purchased a sewing machine that costs like $5,000. Nobody else in the home uses it. You don't think that was selfish? Now, it didn't affect anyone. I made sure that we can get it at the right time. But it's really just for me. Nobody else sits at it.
There you go.
So nobody, but have you made things for everybody else before?
You mean using the sewing machine?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm making things all the time.
Therefore, it ain't selfish. Cooking food, that ain't selfish. I do have to eat, but if I needed to cook for me and my family, that's still not selfish just because I needed to eat. Just because you want a sewing machine, but you're using it to benefit the whole household, that to me, that's not selfish. That's just a need.
Sharon, you have to really see the line we're talking about when we talk about being selfish for you. Because there's things you're going to do you cannot be 100% selfless in this world. I refuse to believe that anyone is 100% selfless and giving and giving and giving. And it does not take a moment to think, okay, let me get this. Not necessarily being selfish for yourself, but I'm going to do this for me because you don't see how it's going to affect anyone else. There has to be a you time. There's no way that you're making decisions for everyone in consideration that all the time. It's not possible, bro.
All the time.
Bullshit.
all the time.
Get your wife up here, bro. Your wife go up here, but yeah, a question. What is it? Because the thing is, your wife is a reflection of you. If she says that she was selfish at any moment, I'm like, oh yeah, Sharon was definitely selfish at one time. 1,000%.
You know, it's interesting. She's not a selfish human being either.
Not that selfish. Neither are you. I'm not saying you are though.
No, I'm
You're taking it in a negative term.
100% selfish. 100. Go ahead,
Can
Jack.
I ask a question?
Jack, would you let them know how 100% selfless I am? Go ahead, Jack. You could do it.
I would have no idea that I'm not in your household. You could literally be beating a woman. I don't care. I'm just saying. I'm just playing. I'm just saying. Like you never know what's going on behind the scene. We all thought Drizzy was a good guy, and now we find out he's been doing stuff behind the scenes. So, like I said, no Diddy. But I was gonna say it's okay to be selfish as long as you guys believe in the whole one flesh rule, right? If she's really your rib, then you being selfish is really you taking care of the whole body. It's not just you. So I don't disagree with being selfless. Selfish.
What about a rib?
You're saying being
right?
one,
If you're a Christian of the Christian faith, you're one with your wife. That means her flesh is your flesh, and therefore you being selfish. As long as you're keeping that in mind, you're really what is it? Good. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
What the hell is Anya Bracy? I need Anya Bracy right now. I need to be selfish right now. I'm calling Anya Bracy so she could tell the world how selfless I am, goddamn. Because everything I do, I make sure I do it for the family before I do anything for my goddamn self. So I am not selfish at all.
Okay, I can agree with that. That's not.
Where's she at? I need her to blink twice for us. Hey, Anya, blink twice. Is he making you say these things?
I understand what he's talking about because it's not hard to be selfless, especially if you're the head of your household. That's what you do naturally. You think ahead. I get what he's saying, but I think he's missing the point of like there are going to be moments. It's impossible, bro, to not think of yourself in a moment time. It's just not possible.
No, I don't agree with that.
So one of the reasons why I've been married so long is because I'm selfless in the bedroom.
Okay.
No, we don't go down on cat on here. All right, we don't do cat eating. We don't do cat snitching. We don't lick. We don't taste. We don't suck. We don't do none of that. All right, no, fuck that. I am selfish as shit. You gotta pay me. You gotta pay me to do that shit. I don't care if you're my wife.
I make sure, Jack. I make sure that before I release, I make sure she releases 2 albums before I release one. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, ladies, give him a hand because he is the bomb, baby. Okay. And not a lot of men doing that. He's right. He is selfless.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty much about that.
Don't let them lie to you. If they start telling you to eat the groceries and eat the cat and saying you're selfish, look, this is
Oh,
manipulation. This is manipulation. Don't let them do it to you. They're trying to get you down into devil's pit.
Oh, wait. That's another tanker right there, Jack. Hold up. Thank you for saying that. Manipulation. Manipulation is a very selfish thing to do, bro.
It is not.
See? You don't want to admit that.
No,
But it's very true.
A lot of times when we are manipulating our children, we are not manipulating them for ourselves.
Oh, that's an interesting take right there, you say. So let's go down this Christian path real quick.
All right. So therefore, if I'm making sure that my child doesn't eat cake all day, every day, that is not necessary for me. It is actually for my child's health.
Yeah, I know. And you as a parent want to do anything and everything you can.
See, now, Marvelous,
Wait. I'm going there with you.
I just want to tell you this one thing, Marvelous. Now, if Podcast was up here, now that person, he can explain how he always makes sure he comes before she does. He's very selfish.
So, question: is it selfish to say that I know what's best for you?
No.
So it's not selfish to say that then. So you should never complain when the government says to you, "I know what's best for Sharon."
But the government would never say that because they cannot.
They do that every day. What are you talking about?
They do not. They have a basis. They say, "Hey, this is what's good for the people." They do not have a. They do not make a law saying that this is good for a said individual. They say this is good for the people.
Yeah, they know what's best for us, right?
No, not us.
You said the people. You said people, meaning I'm a part of the people. Us as Americans.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
You're right. I'll keep it at that. Not necessarily. But they are speaking broad term. They are speaking to
right,
the audience.
They got in New York, they rechanged the whole subway system to cater to handicapped people, right? That don't have nothing to do with me.
Sure as heck don't. For the time being, it don't. For the time being, it don't. You're right.
No, I'm saying they just want to make sure when Podcast finally make it to New York that he can make it through the subway.
Bro, I'm gonna get you to understand this at one point. If you ain't gonna accept manipulation, which is crazy, because I mean, like saying that you yourself know what's best, that's crazy. But you don't think that's selfish.
I just defended it. I just defended it.
That's crazy. But you agree with it. You agree that it's not selfish. That's the crazy part.
If I make it make sense, how is that crazy? Boncha, if I make it make sense, how is that crazy?
Yeah, it's not crazy. If you make it make sense.
I'll tell you right now, my mama can tell me all day, every day, she wants the best for me and everything like that, but my mama don't know what's best for me.
When you was a child, though, she did. Hopefully, she was looking out for you.
Right.
When you became an adult, that's different.
Yeah, that's different.
Hey,
so, Sharon, you know what's best for your kids then, huh?
At this point in their life, yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. All I say that's interesting because it's like you only know what's best. You only go by what you know, but you don't know everything, so you can't know the best.
Yeah, but I know my children.
How much do you know your children?
From
100%.
You know, because that's right now, because not every person knows that themselves 100%. You can't measure your children if you can barely measure yourself.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's definitely true. Because not everyone knows themselves. How can you measure someone?
If you are a person that go through self-reflection and you look yourself in the mirror and you are attempting to get better every day, you know you're 100. You know who you are. You know your positive parts and you know your negative parts. And hopefully every single day you're trying to build up and get rid of as many negative traits as you possibly can. Because numbers could be 100% positive. That's not balanced, right? However, you got to get rid of and mitigate what the negative things that you got pushing out into the world. So therefore, if you're raising your child and you're allowing your child to be a said individual human being, because we are raising adults, we are not raising children, right? You will be able to recognize their strengths and their weaknesses, and you can attempt to help them get rid of their weaknesses once they realize it and see it for themselves.
All right. So
but I agree with. Wait a minute, Maurice, I had a question because you said we don't even know ourselves. What age are you? Because I can see if you're talking about when we 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay. I can tell you what I mean.
We then know ourselves or should.
Yeah, I can tell you what I mean. So there's already been studying psychology. So there's four sides of you, right? There's the known, right? There's the known, what you know, what your people around you know. There's what you know, what people don't know around you. There's what you don't know about yourself, what people around you know. And then there's the unknown. Those are the four areas. And there's always an unknown. The fact that you're growing means there's still more to learn about life and choices in yourself. You may have a personality. You may, oh, this is my personality. But there's more than just your personality to life itself. You know what I'm saying? Even for me, I would be foolish to say that I know myself 100%. That's a lie. There's things I do not know that people may know about me, and there's unknowns that I don't know that other people don't know about me as well.
Well, that's
That does bring up a conundrum, though.
Yeah, now that's crazy.
Yeah, that is great. I know myself. Like, I know myself 100% at this point in my life. Was there a time where I did not know? What?
I said I think I did a book to show you what I'm talking about. It's like I said,
just because it's written in a book. See, I'm smart enough to also know just because it's written in a book don't make it so. But I'm telling you, I know me, right? I've been through all kinds of little different things. I know what I am capable of.
All right. And I'll challenge that, Ms. Bombcherry. Get this. At this current time, do you know what the contents in your blood? Do you know what's going on with your health? Do you know what's going on with so you do know what's going on. What's your current heart rate?
I just had blood work done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had my metrics done for my insurance that I got to get done every year. And yes.
And what's I mean, I don't want to get into the science of your body, but I'm saying, like, even when it comes to like working out, like Sharon knows this best. He does it too. The reason why that industry keeps evolving, because we keep finding different ways, different techniques, things about the body itself, how to manipulate it, how to do this better. That's what I'm saying. We're always learning. So to say that you know yourself 100%, then you should be walking God amongst us, because you're absolute at that point.
Well, you're wrong. The only reason that you say community is evolving is because y'all listen to lies all the time, right? 2 years back, I was telling you that brown wheat was healthy for you. Come to find out it caused cancer.
Damn.
So nah. That's why it's evolving, because y'all gullible.
What don't cause cancer though? That's crazy.
What doesn't cause cancer?
It's a lot of things that don't cause it, but
sex can give you cancer, right?
But that's why we find out so many men are getting throat cancer. We know how they get throat cancer, don't we, Bombcherry?
Yes, that's through HPV.
Yep, and there's only one way to get HPV.
You get HPV from men who give it to women, and women give it to men.
And also, so why so many men having HPV in their throats?
That's because they're using their throats.
Because they eating box and eating groceries. I'm trying to save your life, man.
Jack. So it's not from eating box. The thing, whatever the thing that has HPV, got to actually touch that part of your body. So the vagina cannot touch the back of your throat. There's only one thing that can touch the back of a man's throat.
Okay, so you telling me a dude with a long ass tongue can get all up in there and then swallow the spit kind of thing?
No,
that's not how that works.
No, it doesn't work that way, though. They gotta actually physically touch you.
So he think you could take your tongue and go into a woman and then take your tongue and go to the back of your throat?
Correct.
Wow.
I mean, it's all in your mouth, right? I mean, you gotta lick around your mouth and then you gotta swallow. So that's probably how it's getting in the back.
It only goes skin through skin contact. That's the only way. Skin to skin and not dead skin.
They're trying to get y'all to eat vagina. I just want y'all to know that this is propaganda. This is fake news. Do not let.
Trying to get them to? Well, never mind. We wasn't.
Why do y'all do that? Why do y'all women do that? Why do y'all always go to the extreme and the opposite? Oh, don't eat vagina. Oh, you must want to blow dudes. How do you guys get that correlation? That makes no sense to me.
So you didn't understand what the conversation was just now that you was participating in? What's going on? Because now you're accusing
I'm multitasking.
As a woman.
I'm multitasking.
Okay, so you didn't understand what Sharon was saying while you was participating in the conversation.
I probably misheard him. I thought he was saying something about how do you get it in the back of your throat? The guys must be out here blowing dudes. And I'm like, yeah, that's why y'all always go to that weird assumption. Why can't it just be
me? You say
something else?
Why y'all women do that? And Sharon is the one that brought it up. You said, why do you women do that?
My bad. Yeah, you're right. I did misattribute. That is on me.
Jack, I'm a boy. Goddammit.
Right.
So wait. I really want to. I kind of want to challenge, but don't want to challenge because it's not going off topic. But Bombcherry says she knows herself 100%.
100.
It's a lie.
99.
I know it's an absolute. I'm like, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but then that means that you are done like with life itself. There's really nothing Bomb would need to do because she knows
What?
all that there is about herself.
No, that's not just because
Yeah,
I
that's
know
not true
myself
at
don't
all.
mean life is over. I'm still walking alive. But I
Yes, and it means
know,
there's change happening around you. That's what I'm saying. There's constant change. Change is an absolute. So
yes,
that's what I'm like, for you to say that you know, it's like then you know to know. There's never an unknown about you.
look, you gonna know there's gonna be a lot of unknown as far as you and others. But I know myself. I know what I'm capable of. I know what I wouldn't want to do, but if I
Right.
have to do it, I will do it. And I know that about myself.
All right. So that's
And
right there. I'm
also,
glad you
if I
said that because
and
that's
also
the point I'm
I
trying
want
to get
to
at.
add on. I want to add on to that, Marvelous. And also, if I do change something, I do understand what's going to happen when I change this new philosophy, ideology, whatever it is that we are changing. I know what it's going to do to me, most likely.
Right.
But that's the thing I was going to say because I look at life as a decision making process, and this is why I was saying, like, for her to know, it would be like you would know everything, even about like
No, that's
you
not
would know
no.
like what decision. Like I'm saying, but you know what
No, those are
decisions you
two
would
different
make.
things. Because no. So now you are adding that we're supposed to know the future just because we know ourselves 100%. No, we're not saying that we know what's going to happen in the world. We saying that we know ourselves. We know what's going to make us upset. We know what's going to make us happy. We know what's going to make our stomachs full. We know if we're healthy or we're unhealthy. Screaming, yelling, what's our trigger marks, and all these things. We know ourselves, not the
Okay.
world around us.
All right.
Those
So
are
the
two
world
different
that's
things.
around you, right? Because you're in it, right? There's new things that are going to come up on the horizon, and you're going to have to figure out how you're going to acquiesce to these new things. There's things that you have not experienced, is what I'm trying to say, and it's like the you has to make a decision. What are you going to do? You may not know today, but you get more information. You know what to do tomorrow with the information you get, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it is literally impossible because things you just don't know.
No,
No,
I
but
You don't.
you're talking about the future, Marvelous.
Yes, I have to. But that's going to ensure
No,
change.
but me knowing the future doesn't have anything to do with me knowing myself.
No,
'Cause
yourself is always going to keep
I could
growing.
absolutely
He's saying you
100%.
don't know who you're gonna be in the future. So
Right,
how
but
is it that you know
that's
yourself
the
now?
future. All right, so exactly. So again, so that's the future. But I'm saying, but me right now, I can understand what I'm willing to do and what I'm willing to not do at this moment. So that's me 100% knowing who I am at the moment. I ain't worrying about the future at this. It's the reason why they call it a gift, the present. I'm in the present. So I can understand
That
myself.
actually brings me back to that what you guys were talking about when you were saying like if you guys kept saying if a person does self-reflection, if a person does introspective, if a person is self-critical. That's a big if. There are a lot of people walking around not doing none of that shit, but they swear they know what they want and they know, and they don't. They say they know themselves, but you ask them time and time, why do you keep making this dumbass mistake? Oh well, I just didn't know myself. But I thought you say you know yourself. So how is it you know yourself, but you keep doing the shit that's contradictory to what you want? That don't even make sense.
I agree. So I know myself. Now tell me what mistake am I constantly making?
Yeah, there you go. That's
Well,
I'm
I
wait. That's a
did
good
just.
question because when you can say that's a
Well,
humble person, because my fault. Go ahead, Jack. My fault.
well, I would say personally, because I don't know you outside of YouTube panels. I would say personally, what I've seen, the mistake that you keep making, specifically, Bob Terry, is that you keep saying stuff and then thinking that people do not remember the things you say.
Right. No, I know what I'm saying. Just because you misunderstanding, just like right now in this conversation that I'm saying I know myself, but then you will say that I didn't say that because that's what y'all do. Y'all would say that like you will say that I said this, and when I go to explain what I said and what I meant because you misunderstood, then you claim that I'm a liar. So give me an instant when I said something.
Okay,
Because I just asked you a
okay,
simple
I do.
question. Like you tell me where I'm messing up. You just said you said things and you
Okay,
think don't
I can
remember.
go back to very specific videos because I actually was waiting for a moment to actually spring this up on you, but I just decided it was too petty to do it. So
Yes.
I actually two times where I said something and then you said that you didn't say something, and then I said no, that's what you said, and you was like no, I didn't say that. And you have them recorded in case you guys ever want to do that because there are many times where
Dude, can you
you
just
will
tell
say
us?
something
I
and
don't know.
then
You
when you
just
get checked on it
okay.
he would be like, I didn't say that. And I'd be like, you literally just said that. No, I know what I just said. And I'm like, wow. There's actually been people a few times in the chat. They'd be like, yeah, go
Can
back
you
and
just
rewind.
tell
You did say
us?
that. It's like,
Can you just tell me what you're talking about? Because now you're just speaking in riddles.
You're right. Actually, I actually don't remember. I'm just
Okay.
I'll get. Let me get this, Jack. Jack.
You just
hold
said he
up.
was waiting to get with me
Yeah.
about it, and now you don't know.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
Oh, wait,
Jack,
wait.
Jack, you almost had her. Jack, you almost
I got
had
one
her.
for bomb. I got two for bombs. Okay, cool.
Alright.
So bomb. Well, this is for you too, I guess, Sharon, because you missed the perfection as well.
What?
So yeah, you claim that y'all guys are you guys are giving me absolutes here, which is crazy to me. I'm like, wow, you guys are absolute and y'all knowing yourself. That's insane. I can understand the present thing. You're right. When you're present, you're in that moment and you understand the moment you're in. That makes sense. But then you say in your life, because you're trying to say right now that you're always present, 24/7. So you've never referred to history. You've never gone to think about what I'm planning for the future. I call cap.
But you are conflating me knowing myself in the future as two different
Because
things.
there's moments where you're not going to know. That's the thing I'm trying to say. You cannot act like you're an all-knowing thing.
No, so you again, you're confusing. Me and Bomb are not saying that we are all knowing. We just saying we know ourselves.
Right.
Those are not 100%.
100%.
I know myself. Yes.
100% was a bomb
Me.
said.
Yes, I know
Yes.
myself 100%.
So there was never
all the mistakes.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was saying, so there was a point in you guys, both of you guys, you have never asked anybody, right? Was there anything I could improve on with myself? You've never asked, hey, do I do it? There was no insecurity of self. You've never had an insecure moment about yourself.
Are you talking about in the past? Or are we talking
No,
about
any time, like I mean, it could have been yesterday. I don't know when, but if you've never had an insecure moment in your life, that means you truly didn't know yourself. But if you have insecurity moments, then that is a moment you're
a marvelous again. If you have an insecure thing about yourself and you know you're insecure about this thing, that's still knowing yourself.
Exactly.
No, if you had no, because you shouldn't be insecure at all if you know yourself. This should never be an insecure moment if you really know yourself.
No, you're conflating things. No, that's not
how. I gave you a good example of what I mean by that.
And we
if
just
there's something I don't know about myself, I'm asking like, hey, have you seen this about me? And it's like, then you clearly don't know. If I had to ask someone else outside you to ask you that, to critique you that.
Right. That is somebody that if somebody's asking German because they don't know about themselves, that is that person. But me and Baum is telling you that even if me and Baum have an insecurity and then I ask you about my insecurity, that's still me knowing myself because I know that I have an insecurity. I do not want my wife laughing at other people's jokes. That is my insecurity.
Why don't you want people laughing at your wife's jokes?
Because I think laughter is a way into for people to bring their walls down.
And what's wrong with that?
Then that now it makes you vulnerable. It makes you more accepting to strangers.
So why do you think your wife would be vulnerable?
Why are we going into all the questions? He
because that's what I'm trying to get to the fear part. The point is that she doesn't have to have that. He doesn't have that insecurity at all.
No, yes, we're gonna have fears. And
that's
I
my
know
point.
my fears. But you're missing the point.
Yeah,
I know my fears.
Right.
Which means I know myself. I know what I'm afraid of, what will shock me.
Right.
Yeah.
What will have me might pull out a pistol and what will make me run. I know this about myself.
Okay, so the fear aspect, what I'm trying to understand was my thing with fear is this. Fear for the most part, right, is the unknown. That is what it is. That's why I'm asking questions to get down to the root is. Once you know, you're not scared no more. You can go by what you know. When you don't know something, you're disturbed. That's what's going to happen. You're going to feel insecure because you don't know. Right,
but Marvelous, somebody having a fear or insecurity doesn't mean they don't know themselves.
I'm not, when I say, because you guys are going to extremes, I'm trying to get to the point to where I'm saying you can no longer, it's impossible to know absolutely everything about yourself.
I know
everything. It's not possible, bro.
It is possible.
I mean, I understand the sentiment behind it when you say I know myself. I get that.
What is not possible, clearly, is for you to understand that you knowing yourself, right, means that you cured yourself. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying once you know yourself 100%, all of a sudden you ain't gonna have no insecurities. All of a sudden you don't got no fears. All of a sudden you got the most strong. No, but that's
super
not
facts.
But no, that's not facts. No, but you are conflating two different things.
I'm afraid of snakes, right?
But why are you afraid of snakes?
I'm afraid of snakes because I know that they'll get in bed, which I'm from the bayou. See, I even know why I'm afraid of them. But I know they will get in bed with you to get warm. and wrap themselves around you and your children. That's
Mhm.
what they do. See, I even know that. So that doesn't mean I'm not afraid of them anymore just because I know.
It's the harm to the body you don't want, right? You don't want the snakes on the body for the most part, right? Because you're afraid what they
She
may
just
do.
What?
she just told you why she was
Because
afraid
they
of it.
wrap around your body. I'm just
No.
keeping up the conversation. She says that she's afraid she'll wrap with her, and when she's
No,
in
but
bed, her children.
now, so we understand that. So now, can you explain to us
Yeah.
how her still having a fear doesn't mean that she doesn't know 100% of herself?
Get this: if she knew what that snake was capable of and she'd be comfortable with the snake. She understands what it is. Just like the alligator guy. Reason why he's not scared of
Okay,
alligators,
so
he
now
understands the alligator.
no. You missing what I'm saying. Me knowing my fear.
Yes.
Why? So you saying so since I have a fear, I don't know myself?
No, you're not dealing with yourself. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to be fearless, but you allow fear to compromise you.
Okay, fine. So I allow fear to compromise me. Now I know this, right? So how is that not knowing myself?
It's not the not knowing part that I'm talking about. You know that you're scared, but you don't know why and how to deal with it. You don't know how to deal with yourself, your own fear. That's the thing. You don't know how to deal with your own fear.
No. Marvelous. How did we get to that? No, no, Marvelous.
If you
If
did,
I
you
know
wouldn't have
I'm
it no more.
If I know I'm afraid of something, I know this. Is that me knowing? Yes or no?
Yes, I get that part. Yes, you know.
Okay, so why are you adding these other factors into knowing thyself?
Because that's the part you're going over that. I'm trying to say the fact that there's still questions that need to be answered about you on how you can deal with things. You're not willing to answer those questions. There's
No,
some
that
things you
is
still.
No. That is a you problem. That's not a
That's
me.
what I'm saying.
No,
That is a you
you're
problem.
missing it. No, that's
No, that's a you problem.
no, Marvin. That's a you problem. You see it that way. I don't.
Okay, then I can agree to disagree with that. If that's what I can get with that. If you agree to disagree, I agree with that. It's fine.
You feel like you got to get rid of fear. I don't. I think
No,
fear,
I just say that
I think fear is healthy.
It is.
I'm not saying it's healthy or not healthy. Like I said, it's normal. I said it was normal to have a little bit of fear and to not know 100%. I know that's normal. You're saying you're an absolute, and I'm like, bro, there's no way. You can't be. You
I don't
cannot be an
understand
absolute.
how you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's starting to
No, I
mind.
understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. You're saying because I know I'm a scared person, that's knowing myself.
Correct.
I get what you're saying. That's not hard to say, but the thing is, I'm saying if there's questions, you're saying there's no question of self because I know self. But I just asked you how, right? That's a question itself. A how is a question, and you're saying that you know how. Then that's what I'm trying to say. If there's no question to this game called life, then you wouldn't even be here to be talking.
We are not talking about the game of life.
Right. We just talk about ourselves. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow in the world.
Right.
But I know how I would react to certain things if they did happen. If you give me an example of what just happened, and I could tell you how I will react.
But that's also, I have faith that you'll do your best to react that way, Bomb. But that's another reason why, even with me in training, they tell us this is how you're going to react. You build the muscle memory and you do it when this happens. Sometimes things don't happen according to plan. Even if you plan in your head, there's things you just don't know that would factor in that may cause this to happen. So I guess I have faith in you that you'll say, whatever happens, if it happens this way, I'll do it. And I have to go on your faith. But if something was to happen that you did not foresee, right, and you explain to me, I did not foresee this, then I can easily give you grace and forgiveness because I know that you didn't know that.
Even if something I don't foresee, I still know things about myself. Like I'm not understanding if something scary popped out that I don't even, that I didn't foresee was going to happen.
Yes, and I can give you grace on that. Like I said, because you didn't know. I know that. I'm good with that.
But that don't have anything to do with me knowing myself.
Right.
My reaction time to a scary moment doesn't have anything to do with me knowing myself.
You want to be scared is the point I'm trying to make.
No, but that is not. But the point that you are making is not what we are talking about. That is a completely 100% different topic.
Yeah, I know. And
you talking about flight or fight is a completely different conversation.
Right.
Well, it doesn't necessarily be just that too, but I understand the conversation. And like I said, I didn't want to go off rail with the, the 4 reasons why we get into
what up, Shiesty?
Divorces and stuff, But yeah, it was just something interesting. That's all. And I'm not gonna agree to disagree and understand where you guys are at and what I'm thinking and what you guys think. Because I understand your mindset and what you're saying. I get it. It's no problem.
It's all right to say that, you know what, I lost this conversation. I thought I had a point, and as y'all minded out, y'all was able to answer these questions. I realized that I misunderstood. It's all right for y'all men to say that. It's
Hey,
okay.
Sharon, humbly, I would say this. I misunderstood the conversation, and I'm not able to articulate my argument. And for that, I concede.
That is growth right there. I love that. No. So I think so. Why do we
Boncher,
think
you know we're not
people-
beefing, right? I just want to make sure. Boncher, you know we're not beefing, right? We squashed the beef.
Okay.
Yeah, she
I
good.
don't do beefs. I joke.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you understood that I wasn't beefing. We wasn't beefing.
Oh no, I
I
know
just-
you, Jack. I've been watching you in the chat for a while.
Why do you think hey Bomb, why do you think so many men criticize their wives and girlfriends?
So many men. Are you talking about the Rim Brothers, or are you talking about men?
I'm talking about men in general, the men that are having problems with relationships, I should say.
Oh, okay.
Why are they so overcritical?
I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay.
You know, I think in real life, the men are not as critical like they are online. When they're online, you know, they're talking about things that don't matter to them, that they shouldn't matter to them, right? Who cares what Sexy Red is doing if you got a lovely wife in the back room chilling, watching something else while you're online, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a lot of hoopla. Gotta be nice, you know. What you
Hey
think?
Jack, why are you so critical of women? And you criticize them, Jack. You're on mute, by the way, Jack. God damn it. Marvelous. Marvelous, why do you think men criticize women so much?
It goes like we were talking about, kinda. They don't know themselves. It's easy to point at everyone else and not yourself. So they're hypercritical and have insecurities with themselves. Yeah. Keep it simple.
Damn.
My bad. I was on a delay. Sorry. Good question. I'm sorry.
Did you heard the question?
You asked me why am I so critical on women?
Yes. Why do you criticize women so much?
Because I figure they probably didn't have a daddy to raise them, and they probably need someone to give them some actual, factual, non-biased, objective looks at themselves, so they can stop running into the walls and then crying about it and telling you to come fix their problems when you just want them to fix their own goddamn problem. And if I give you the right answers, I don't have to answer this goddamn same question about again. That's why I'm so.
Goddamn. So you saying that you gotta be women's daddy or daddy figure?
Yeah, and I don't even get paid for it, so that's the real fucked up part.
Damn, that's crazy.
You're not good at it, so you wouldn't get paid even if they paid for a position like that.
Hey, Marvelous,
Yeah,
what's
most
your
women ain't good at sex, but they pay you gotta pay them for it. So I don't even get that.
Because you're not paying them for sex, Jack.
Wait, you're not paying them women for a good time and they just lay there? That sounds awful.
No, so when you are with a sex worker, you are paying them to leave or for you to leave.
Oh, right. Yeah, my bad. I forgot. I think I was the one who actually brought that up. Yeah, no, you're right. You can pay them to leave and use discretion and sign that NDA.
Why you think the men that criticize women so much, they feel like they are women's father figure or daddy?
Yeah, I believe at this point, because it's been said so much, especially at talking point, and it can be a reflection of the person who's saying it. You know, they probably understand what it is not to have a father. And again, it's more of an insecurity. It's a self-reflection. So someone's kind of like being hypercritical or hyper-focused on something like that. It's their obsession, but it's also the obsession with self and not being able to deal with self as well.
I got the same question for you, Bomb. Why the men that criticize women the most, they feel like they gotta be they woman's daddy or father figure?
I don't know. I had this conversation just a few minutes ago on somebody else.
No way.
Yeah, and they thought that they supposed to be their wife's daddy.
Well, you could call me daddy now. I don't mind that, but
right. Well, I might call you daddy, because I don't want your wife to tell her I'm joking. She know I'm joking, but yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, like women are not actively looking for a man to be their dad. And I think when I was having a discussion and they take everything I say literally, like I did say that I end up marrying my husband. And as we gotten older, I look at it now and I see a lot of my dad in him. And what I meant by that is my dad was the first man I ever loved. And here's the second man I ever loved, right? And so I could see that my dad was this great man. He was very respectful to my mother, and my husband is the same. But that does not mean that I married my dad and my husband treat me like he's my dad. So that's what happens. People will say that I said something, but they didn't understand what I was saying.
Right, because it's like they don't understand what character is, right? Like
Right.
my husband got the same characteristics as my dad. Doesn't mean that he's my dad.
Right. My husband have never treated me, well, he tried to in the beginning of the marriage. When you're younger, everybody's younger. And he would try to tell me where I can go and not go, and and things like that. But yeah, I rebelled against that. Like a daughter would. He want to treat me like he's my daddy, and I'm gonna treat him like a rebellious daughter.
Next thing you know, you trying to creep into the back door.
Yep, I ain't doing none of that. Now. I ain't trying to. I ain't trying to go through the back door. Okay.
Go ahead, Marvelous. So are you trying to be your significant other's father?
Never, but I don't mind being someone who's a mentor in some cases. Like she comes to me for guidance on something, but as far as her decisions, she understands. I give her the blueprint. She's my reflection of self. So anything I see in her, right? If I was looking at her, I can easily find that myself. So I don't end up judging my wife and not like that. I just look at that as like, damn, I should work on that myself probably. If I'm seeing that in her, that's probably me as well. You know what I'm saying? So and that goes to what I was saying earlier, like, y'all guys are married. So and I'm not gonna go back to the conversation. I can leave it alone. But yes, what I said, stick to that. I'm not gonna go no further. My bad. My bad.
That's a decent one. I kind of like that a little bit. I want to kind of build in that. I'm not sure if that's 100% right. That anything that will make me upset at my wife, I need to work on myself first, because clearly it's something I need to work on myself. What's your thoughts on that, Bob?
I kind of like that he said that because maybe I'm not sure if he meant what I'm thinking, but like if I'm mad at my husband about how about the way he fold the towels. He folds the towels. He just don't fold them the way I like the towels to be folded. I used to be picky about that, and I used that as an example earlier. And instead of me just saying he folded the towels and put the towel up, or unfolding the towel and refolding them the way I like them, we would get in an argument. So I should have reflected on myself to say, how important is the folding of this goddamn towel?
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like that. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Hey, listen,
I like that.
I like my towels folded the same way too, Bob. I ain't gonna lie to you. Why is it so? Why do people have this whole doom and gloom idea about relationships, and they think that every relationship is going to end in a divorce?
They watch too much damn TV.
Is television the fault?
Well, it's imagery, and then back in the day, they didn't have this many stories being put out there, so people didn't know as much. Now they see the endless possibilities of how a relationship can go this way and go that way. It's information overload, and it's got people freezing up for the most part. Now they're scared because they don't know what direction to go into.
Yeah, I don't think it's TV's fault, though. I think it's the internet fault.
Definitely internet now, for sure.
Yeah, the spaces in which we get in where there's people frightening people, because it's not just the men. I'm not going to say the men. They got groups of women who are frightening women as well. And to get into relationships, they'll say the man going to take over your life, and all you're going to do is be his housewife and the mother of his children, and And so,
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with being a
You're
housewife.
wrong, Bomb. They say slave. They don't say
Damn, they do say
housewife. They
that.
say you're gonna be his slave and fuck toy. They don't say housewife.
That is a good point, Jack. Jack, are you afraid of marriage?
Am I afraid? No,
Yeah, you
it's
personally.
not really much I'm afraid of.
Yeah, we had this conversation with Jack
Personally,
last night. He's not scared. He's precautious.
I'm not really afraid. I just don't see any benefit in it for me. There's just certain things in marriage that I'm just not willing to do. So call me selfish. Like for me, I'm not a jump in front of a bullet kind of guy. But if you're in a marriage, you got to jump in front of a bullet. And I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm good. So there's just stuff that you got to do that I wasn't prepared to do. You telling me I got to die for this woman who won't even give me sex whenever I want? Fuck this shit.
what make you
So,
think she's gonna give you sex when you want it? Because if you're good at it, then I'm quite sure she's gonna want it.
How am I supposed to get good at it? She won't let me learn her body. I'm supposed to like get good over time, but she keep restricting me. How am I supposed to get at something if I'm doing it once a month, once a week?
Brother.
I gotta do it repetitions. That doesn't say reps. I need my reps so I can learn your body and know your spots. But nah, you want to put me on an layaway sign? No, fuck that. See, I'm just saying this is. I'm not built for it.
That's what these men told you. But me and hubby had sex at least 3 times a week up until I turned 50. Then it turned to once a week because I'm going through menopause and shit like that. But just because then we don't have actual sex all the time, like 3 times a week, don't mean he not satisfied. So see, the men not going to tell you all of that, right? Because they got all kinds of ways that a woman can satisfy her husband when she loves him.
Bar.
True.
That's a bar.
But damn, why you gotta throw that if she loves him? Like you saying that there's people in these relationships where the wife don't love their husband? That's crazy. Yes. I mean, I would never want to end up in a situation where I'm committed to somebody who fucking doesn't love me. That sounds insane.
You're gonna find a reason to be scared no matter what I say, huh? Because all I said meant was if she loved him, she gonna do.
I'm not afraid. I'm just knowing myself. And then we just have this whole conversation about you can know yourself. I know if somebody come up and grab your ass,
bro,
you know what I'm gonna do?
It.
I'm gonna say it feel good, don't it? I'm not gonna sit there and fight the nigga. I'm like, that's a nice ass, huh? You got their ass? That's a nice ass. Oh shit. I'm just saying, there's just certain things you gotta do. They're like, you gotta crash out for bitches. I'm like, you gotta crash out? What? What do you mean? Yeah, man, if a dude come up talking crazy, you gotta go out and blaze the glory. I'm like, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard. Why can't she just tell this nigga to shut the fuck up and back up?
She will do that.
The
men got y'all scared that y'all gonna have to fight for your women. Women who love you, she wants to protect you as well. She don't want you to go out there fighting. You end up in jail, right? So she'll handle it. If you let her handle it, she'll handle it. Now, if it get overly aggressive, then that's where I guess you as the man step in.
You know what? I do have a personal fear when it comes to marriage that has kind of scared me away from it. And it's a real one. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but it's a scenario in which, you can't do nothing if a bunch of dudes are like taking advantage of your wife and you're like being held down by like 6 niggas. That scares the shit out of me. That traumatized the hell out of me when someone told me that scenario. Somebody told me that scenario. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do, dog? I don't fucking want to ever be in that situation. That scares the shit out of me. I'm just watching and I can't do nothing. That scares the shit out of me. What the fuck?
That's a combination of berserk and a law-abiding citizen. That's how that shit was. That shit was crazy.
In the movies, that's right. Thank you for saying that, Marvin.
I told you that shit. Like I'm telling you, like this shit got people's heads warped up, bro. I understand.
I'm not built for certain realities.
Right, but that's not a reality. That's not something that happens often or even ever.
Right. It happens so small, so small that it would be like you saying it never happens. Only in the movies, though. They do put it in the movies, right? We watch these equalizer movies. We watch these type of spy movies, and they always doing something to somebody, wife, so he can go on a rampage and get revenge.
Right.
Yes. But in real life, that's not something.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. So I guess that goes to the point that what we all saying is that these other people are absolutely scaring human beings to get into real relationships and actually pour their heart out into another human being.
Yes.
And you know what? That when I was listening to you, Jack, you sound like like you would care, and that's why it's scaring you, because you really would love this woman, want to protect her, and you're like, what would I be able to do?
Of
See,
course, I
yeah,
wouldn't marry somebody I didn't like that. If I love you and I'm willing to just do whatever I take, to be forced to watch something happen to you and I can't do shit about it, that would be that would destroy me in multiple levels. Like the dimensions on that, the fact that I couldn't do nothing, the fact that I couldn't predict it, the fact that it's happening and I still can't do nothing about it, like that shit right there would destroy me because I would the helplessness of that. I
right.
wouldn't know what to do with that. That
Well,
that would
Jack,
like drive me insane.
Jack, I help you out with
And
this
that's
too.
why they make the movies the way how they make it. So since the people there, it would drive them insane, and it makes them go on this, like how Bomb just said, this whole revenge run, and they wind up this one human being. He takes out a whole mafia
Right.
by himself. By the way,
By
I
himself.
would say this, Jack, as advice, man. It's like this: when you know yourself, right? And I'm for real, for real. When you actually know yourself, right? It's like, would you ever put yourself in a situation? No, right? Because you know, Jack, you know you're not going to be in a situation like that. Well, your girl or your wife or significant other will be a reflection of you. She would not put herself in a situation like that because she's going to be mirroring you. And just one thing you're going to realize when you get into a relationship, right? You guys are starting to bite off each other's traits. You guys are actually growing together. You guys do things that you take from each other. You know what I'm saying? Like she'll start doing this, and one day you start doing that. Like for me, I wasn't recycling stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Not to the T. So my wife does. She does it. She still does it way better than I don't like doing that shit. I'm too lazy. I like just put plastic, glass. No, she like to clean it out and all sort of bullshit. I'm like, oh my god, you're doing too much. But I end up taking some of those traits on. My thing was working out. My wife then took my damn hobby, made it her damn career. She done went, she took my shit that I do as a hobby and she made it her career. You know what I'm saying? Like you end up just doing that naturally once you're with someone. You're growing with that person. So if you give yourself don't have any doubts about yourself, right? You're not gonna be completely fearless, but you deal with some of the doubts in yourself, then that fear what's gonna happen with her is gonna go away. Because you'll start to see
Mm.
yourself in her.
I guess I would have to say that I would need to work on my communication skills because I would want to find a way to communicate. This is why guys want women to stay out of certain situations, such as going to the club and
Yeah,
going over random
yeah.
niggas' houses that you don't fucking know because shit like this can happen and you can't really control her in that sense. That's another reason why dudes don't want to get attached to in that way. It's because like I can't control you. I can't get you to stop putting yourself in bad situations. So I don't want to care to the point where now I'm stuck in that situation. Now I'm stuck caring
This
for
is so
someone who's
bad. This is so
continuously putting themselves in.
Jack,
well, I
we you
guess
still there?
I was trying to calm him down. Y'all saw him going off the rails.
Yeah.
yeah, he was definitely going through that. Shout out to
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
shout out to like. Okay, Bob, you got it.
LeGarrette with 1999. He said support.
I
Big ups to
appreciate
you,
that.
homie.
Thank you so
Appreciate it.
much. Thank you.
Also,
Thank you.
what I'll tell Jack right now is you worry about the whole club thing. Like I said, if you're not in the club, then what are you worried about? This is what I'm
Right.
trying to say. You gotta look at self first. Look at yourself first and deal with you, right? And you end up getting exactly what you are if you love yourself, if you're aware of who you are. You can't be afraid of these places that she's gonna be if you're in the same place as well. That makes no sense. You're being a hypocrite to your own thing.
Right. And plus, like I think both sides of the fence, both spouses worry about their significant other when they're used to them being home at a certain time and they not home, and all these movies pop up in your head and car
Mm-hmm.
crashes and robberies, and you're gonna turn into Batman because you seen your wife and your kid in the alley. And then the robber, he said this one quote, and it's stuck in your head, and then you fell down a hole, and a whole bunch of bats start flying around you, and then that's when you said, you know what?
Yo, Sherrod, I'll give you something. I was glad you touched on this. So get this then, right? How can we compare to back in the day, right? Like back in the day, right? My grandfather, he can live in Chicago. No, wait,
Mhm.
he lived outside of Chicago. We got an apartment in Chicago,
Mhm.
right? This is before they had cell phones and shit. He'd be like, all right, babe, I'll come back on Monday. You have dinner ready for me, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And if anything you want to sit, I'll grab it for you, whatever, right? He be gone for 2 whole days. No phone call, no nothing. Right? Comes back. It's about breakfast time. Hey, babe, how you doing? Love you, missed you. Blah, blah, blah. How was your trip? Oh, it was good. Today, you can't do that today. You be lucky you get 6 hours out talking to your wife if you were on a trip or something like that. She like, where you at? What's this? What's that? What's the text message? And it's like, oh, I was here. I was there. And then you had to go explain your whole entire schedule one day to them. That wasn't a thing back in the day. Just because we don't have technology, they'll always be on that 24/7. But how were the women holding up in general back then? They didn't have a bunch of stuff in their head thinking. It's the idea of having different ideas of the scenarios driving them crazy. What's going on? I know if this happens, then this could happen. And then that happens. I heard about what happened so and so.
Well, so I would say you would have to condition your partner to understand what you're willing to do, what you're not willing to do. Like for me, when me and my wife first got married, she used to call me on my lunch break every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hey, don't do that anymore. She's like, why not? I love you. Exactly. And if we always talk on my lunch break, when I get home, I ain't gonna have nothing to talk to you about. So leave me alone when I'm outside working. Let me do my work. And when I get home, we can have whatever conversation you want. And it took a while, but now guess what? When we get home, we can have a conversation. We can sit, talk, laugh, joke, scream, yell, whatever it is that we're gonna do. But she don't call me on my lunch break just to say, hey, babe, how's your day going? Because I don't like that. That's me personally, though.
Yeah, and that's actually a good thing that you communicate. Main word, communicate with your wife. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys probably gonna just end up taking it, even though they don't want to go through it. They're gonna just take it and just acquiesce to it. And then the day he tries to be like, nah, we can't be doing that. But why? You were doing this whole entire time. Now you try to change it up, and it's like, nah, you just never communicated it to her. You nipped it at the bud, which is a good thing. You should do that. You got to do that as soon as you can. Go feed it the happiness that you don't prefer to be in.
Right. Communication, that's a good thing.
Yep.
Damn, Jack said something I wanted to touch on, but we went around it, so I forgot where we are. But he went to talk about the club, right? So I am the club person, right? I'm the person because I love music and I love dancing. So when I met my husband, we was in the NCO club, and every weekend he was there, so I danced with him. So we ended up, but as soon as we got married, he told me he's not a club person. I'm a club person. So how do y'all think? So you meet a woman where she is, where she loves to be, where she likes to be.
Exactly.
And then you can't then switch it up.
Yep.
Right. But he really truly didn't like the club. He was there in order to get me. Like that's how he got me. Right. He came to where he know I'm. And so when I realized he don't like going to the club, I continued to go to the club. He didn't like it, but that's what it was.
Well, he probably got tired of paying for 3 tickets to get in the club, Bob.
What you trying to say was 2 of me and him?
Yeah, you got to pay for you and that big old booty that comes in like 2 minutes later.
Well, sometimes it's ignorant. Sometimes you don't know what goes on in the club. You just hear about it, and then you get in there and you see some shit. And you're like, yo, I don't know what I thought the club was, but you cannot be here no more. Fuck this shit.
Like with the club thing, things could change too, right? So like things could get a little bit more rowdier. Like a lot of things can happen where the club doesn't seem safe anymore. The Patreons changed. Before when we met and we was going to the club, it was nice. It was comfortable. We all had a good time. There wasn't no violence. And now things are getting more violent. It's a lot of things that can happen where you can switch up your mind as a man to say, hey, I don't want my wife going to the club anymore. So I could kind of understand him if he was able to communicate. But if he wasn't able to communicate why he don't want you to go to the club anymore.
Well, he didn't want me.
Your point.
He said it was
you're right. I mean, we used to let kids play at the park, but now too much shit has happened where you're like, yo, I don't really want you going down there playing at the park especially after a certain time, because too much shit affects and colors your perception of what it used to be versus what it is now.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what he said, and it was back then when he said it was a meat market. He said it was for single people, which is ridiculous. One of the reasons I married him was because he liked to go to the club and dance. Like I'm gonna be honest with y'all, 100%. If I had known that he didn't like going to the club to dance, I wouldn't have married him for real. That's fact.
So if you'd have known that he was just there just trying to get him some booty.
Yeah. Well, but I had already given him the booty, so he could have just went about his business. You see what I'm saying? He had to continue going to the club to meet me and dancing with me all night. He was like, he would get there, I would be there. He would walk up, you want to dance? I'd be like, okay. And we would dance the whole night, every song.
So basically, he sent his representative home once he got you.
Yes.
He said, it's so good. You can go home now. Oh, we ain't doing this no more.
Well, that's because y'all he didn't want nobody else dancing on that boy. He see those damn dance moves you was doing. He was like, hell no, I'm gonna be on this thing all night. I don't care. I don't want no water, no nothing.
You know that movie with Kid and Play? We would dance like that. Me and my girlfriend, him and his guy friend, and we would be dancing, doing
I
that.
ain't gonna cap, man. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I kind of got used to the couples dancing thing when I was in Spain. I started seeing people like switch partners, stuff like that. You know, cause they do like bachata, merengue, salsa, stuff like that, and I get involved in that. So even like my wife, she don't really dance at all. So I would be dancing with other partners, stuff like that, and we switch it up. Cause like no one's really like, I would say like, you know how clubs be like, they dance and they try to really feel on the girl, whatever, blah blah blah. But it's like when you actually are dancing to have fun or whatever and be skillful and shit, they be mad fun with it. You know, that's one thing. You know,
but also like that kind of dancing that you talking about is completely different from like winding up on somebody.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. So I go to like Latin quarters to do that kind of stuff because I like that.
Is whining. So to be honest, the salsa that's sexy. So
it's very sexy dancing.
I would agree with Bob. So from the way how it looks when you're watching somebody, it is very sexy, like the way how the woman is whining and dancing. However, but it's not sexual.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's the real difference with they. Like I think hip hop and reggae is a more sexual type.
Oh dance. Yeah, especially reggae. That's shit crazy.
And maybe we also could put like calypso and soul in it too. But it's sexual, right? It's like, especially like that dancehall reggae. That's like
crazy. Guys are upset about her dancing. I think it's more you get to the club and you realize how boring that shit is. It's like, yeah, ain't nobody doing nothing here sometimes. I think it's just too expensive to do nothing but stand around. It's like, man, that's all we're gonna do is get in here and stand around. We can do this shit at home.
Yeah, Sharon, they don't got the same clubs we had, bro. Sharon, their club is trash compared to ours, bro. We came up in a good era.
Now, I'm a also before Bomb go, I want to also bring up somebody that absolutely understands grabbing up a wall and just grabbing up a girl and let her dance all on you and dry hump for like at least 3 minutes. Welcome to the show. Unlikely.
Big Jersey shit. You already know what time we was doing. You already know how we was getting down in the 90s, boy. Throw that pussy up on his ass. Throw that pussy up on his ass. Throw that pussy up. Throw that pussy up. Yeah, that's what we was listening to.
We had a good era, bro. We had a great era, man. That B-more music was crazy too.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put you in the water?
Especially if you're from the South, you know, the music is a little different down there.
Yes,
because the men do dance. The men dance down south. Now up here, up north, they bob their head and swing a rag around. I don't even see y'all doing hip hop no more. Like,
nah, we used to do back in the day.
Shout out to all them down south male dancers. Shout out to Edelman Williams. He is a goddamn dancer still to this day. He the last of the dying breed. And also shout out to him for being a sponsor of the show. But he was in a dance battle the other day, and I was like, oh shit, big man got moves.
It's true. I will say South dude.
He should have been in the Olympics.
He would have won. That's a damn sure.
He would have definitely won the Olympics.
All I saw him doing was a bunch of belly rolls. I was appalled by it. I didn't know what he was
doing. Unlikely. What is so? Are you allowing your wife to go to the new age clubs by herself nowadays?
Completely by herself? Yeah. Or with her friend?
Yeah, by herself. She's like, hey, babe, I'm going to the club. That's what she says.
What the hell are you going to the club for by yourself? That would make sense.
Yeah, women don't usually do that.
That would make sense for a woman, period. They were.
Our nieces. I go to the club with my nieces. They love going with me because we'll get on free. They're gonna get the free drinks because, you know, like you said, I come in with 2 people, Sharon, and the men be liking the second person behind me.
I think it's more or less like, would I let her go to a lounge? You feel me? If she like, yo, babe, I had a long day, and I'm gonna give me a drink real quick. But my girl wouldn't say that though. She'd be like, come with me. You know, I feel like that's a woman that really don't like her dude. You know, because you know, like if your shorty like you, she kind of want to be around you all the time, and she kind of get tight about that shit when she not. You know, so like, let's say if Sharon try to leave, like, yo, I'm about to go do something that his girl had did with him before. She's like, wait, why I can't come? You know, hit you with a little baby voice and shit. So that seemed like something that would happen to a guy that she really don't like.
It's the gaslighting for me when it comes to chicks in this club shit. Because sometimes you meet a chick at the club and you guys hang out for a bit and you guys are, just hanging out as friends and shit, so she don't really think nothing of you. And so y'all doing all kind of crazy stuff while you at the club and for the club and all this stuff. But then when y'all get into a relationship, you try to pretend like going to the club just means going to the club. It's like, yeah, I was with you before we was together. I know what you was doing before and after the club. You wasn't just going and dancing. You was doing a whole bunch of other shit. So this whole trying to gaslight and saying, "Oh, my boyfriend he's controlling. He doesn't want to let me go out dancing." Bitch, I know what you was doing. You know what? I'm not going there.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
know what? You know what? I don't have chill today, so I'm gonna say this: you put yourself in that situation, though. You met her at the club, you knew what type of time she was, and then you tried to change her. And dudes like you,
I'm not saying I'm wrong. You're right. You're right for that one. But I'm just.
well, okay, maybe it's not you. Maybe you're talking about a different dude. But dudes like that, you're putting yourself in a lose-lose situation. Like you're basically putting yourself in a trap that you know gonna go off, right?
Damn.
If you don't like a woman that goes out, then don't go and date a woman that you met out. Like that makes no sense. Like, go find a girl that's a librarian. Go find a girl that's into like inside stuff, and then she'll be inside with you. That's easy. But you speaking to what a lot of dudes do, which is they end up trying to go after women that they know they shouldn't be with. So but they still do it because they're like, oh, she attractive and she gave me a little attention. Just like you said, like the club situation, right? You know she was a thot, whatever. You know she was out here playing and shit, but she gave you some attention. Probably kissed your cheek a few times, and now you don't wifed her. Right now you don't wifed her. So you definitely speaking of something that happens a lot, man. Dudes be just over expecting things.
Yeah, I think
that's not just the club. Oh, my bad. You go ahead, Sean.
I think that's the contempt thing that I was talking about earlier as well. Like, so that's one of the things that absolutely will that's one of the things that will absolutely kill your relationship and make you get possibly in court is contempt, because pretty much what Lee was just explaining, in my opinion, was being disrespectful, right? So you being disrespectful to your woman now, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, you out there, you just want to go there and be a hoe. That's the type of shit that they would say. They'll have that kind of contempt. They'll start mocking them. They'll start being sarcastic. Oh, I guess I ain't good enough for you. That's why you going to the club. I guess I'm too boring. That's why you want to go out to the club. They start using sarcasm, mocking, and disrespect. So that's that contempt I was talking about earlier, that men using. This is one certified way for you to absolutely get divorced, in my opinion.
I agree. But you can speak without, if you have an issue with her going to the club, y'all got to have a conversation. But she going to have a valid point when she says, hey, I like going to the club because that's where we met. And so I was a dancer, so I love dancing. I still love dancing, right? And I don't go to the club anymore unless I go with my nieces. I haven't been since COVID, before COVID. So I've been good. But my husband couldn't complain. And if he didn't want to go, I didn't make him go. So I went with my girlfriends. But the good thing is, see, he started to realize when I got back home that I was going to make sure he was good. He used to wait for me. He used to be up waiting for me to get back. I made sure he was straight when I got home.
Oh my God! So that was one way of how you showed how you flirt. So unlikely, do you mind your wife flirting with you that way? She go home, shake her butt, have a good time. I ain't say shaking on no man. I just said go ahead and dance, and she come home and drop it on you.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. You feel me? It's like a confidence thing, If you're confident, you just know, like. So yeah, I've had those situations before. If you're, my girl want to go out with her friends and shit, come back home. Yeah.
Marvelous. Even though your wife doesn't dance, right? Would you mind a woman that is a club goer? She likes to dance, not necessarily with somebody, but she's always going to be dancing. Maybe she gets spun around a couple of times. Do you mind her going out by herself with her homegirls, like Mom is saying? Do you mind that?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna give you a real testimony. My wife travels the world without me. If she can get that far from me, you think going around to the club is gonna bother me?
Why you feel like you so secure with your relationship that you're not worried about infidelity with her traveling the world?
Because she be hurting herself, not just me. She play herself. It's like if you didn't want to be with me, right? Why the fuck you even here? What are you doing?
So,
If you
so you
got somewhere
think
else
that?
better to be, then stop wasting your time. You could be
So,
somewhere else right
Bomb, do you
now.
believe that any woman that cheats on her man means that she doesn't want to be with him?
I can answer that since she not. I can answer that since she not here. No,
Yeah.
and the girl could cheat on you because she found somebody that was more attractive at that point. See, the thing is, you gotta pray. The truth is, a lot of these dudes that their wife leave the house and their wife is gone a lot of times. You better pray that she don't run into a guy that she truly attractive to.
Wow.
Because the truth is that he might clap them cheeks. It don't really take much, and you know
So
the
you're
best
saying
part
we
of
got to stop listening to women? That's
the
what you're
best
saying.
part of the best part about it is that you're not even gonna know, so don't even think about it.
I blame
Right.
us. We keep
I was
listening to
say, how
y'all
you
women
made
tell us
that
these
about
things.
women? How you made that about women, Jack?
I mean, yo, if
Because
you,
like we listen to what y'all say. Y'all say stuff like, "Oh, we don't cheat. We only in a relationship. We only got eyes for one man. I would never do shit like that." You know, we listen and we believe y'all, and then y'all go around and say, "Well, I didn't know what happened. I was just in my feelings, and then I slipped and fell on a day." And you're
Well,
like, "What? I thought you guys were more mature and you knew it yourself and you did all that self-reflecting. How is it that you didn't know you was gonna slip and fall on a dick? You didn't know you was gonna slip and fall.
crashing
Let's
out
check it
again,
out right now."
crashing out.
Red pill rage is real. The red pill rage is real.
Some women do not cheat because they just not that type of person, and then there's some women who, shit, it might be like unlikely to say you know you just like with men, right? You might end up in a spot where now I can't see me doing that where I'm just in a spot he look attractive and now I just want to be on him. I'm not that type of woman. But if I cheat on you, then I'm probably possibly leaving you because now emotions are involved. I'm more of a I wasn't being paid much attention to, and then some other guy came and gave me that attention that I was lacking. So
yeah,
that would
you're
be
doing it.
different.
Yeah,
Wow.
you're doing a super disrespectful cheating.
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that do you agree that women can cheat and still want to be with their husband? So you don't agree with that?
Yes. No, I do agree with that.
Are you
She could.
do you agree that all right, so that's cool. So we know it can happen, right? Anything is always possible. What percentage of women you think can actually do that?
Shit, a lot.
You think a high percentage? Like
I got a percentage. I got a number. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Like over 40% a lot? Or under 40%?
I think we all capable of but maybe you're asking what percentage would do it. I don't know. Like I don't know.
What percentage of women can go ahead, bust a dude down, but still love and appreciate their husband 100% and don't want to even think about it again?
I think 100%. I think most of us can do that. And y'all would never know if we did it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you look at all the DNA tests
And y'all
we're doing,
wonder
right?
why
If a
we
girl
don't
has
trust
a
you.
Dude, men are capable too. What is you talking
Yeah,
about?
men are capable too. Like, come on, you got you gotta be
How are you
realistic.
gonna be looking this woman in the eye and not know she fucking another dude? That shit is traumatizing. You actually find out, you're like, wait, this entire time? How did I not catch the sign?
It's traumatizing the women too when it happens to her, when she finds out.
Yeah. Well, there is no signs. The thing is that in reality, if you're attracted to your woman, then other men are attracted to your woman. And if your woman is attractive, and depending on, well, it all depends on how y'all sex game is. If she has a high sex drive and you're the guy saying, nah, babe, I can't, it's not like it just happens. She's talking about how many people that could do it. And I agree with her. Maybe I would say 99% of women can do it, but will they? See, what happens is the men mess it up, right? Now, this is what I was saying. If the right guy walk up on your shorty, and this is a 1% chance because men are trash at being able to complete this mission all the way, so that they will fail, right? But if a guy is on his shit and he attractive, he got tattoos, he got his headline, the motherfucker got muscles, and he tell your girl come over and grab his dick or some shit, or he whip it out on her, she might oblige, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all, that's just the truth. But that rarely happens. Again, I said 1% of dudes are really truly able to do that, and a lot of situations happen. Like I used to hit my sisters in them because I got mad sisters, right? They'd tell me like, "Yeah, we wanted the guy, but the guy that we wanted was in a relationship." So that whole shit and all the other dudes that was single looked crazy. So and this usually happens. Like that's why I say I love being able to smoke and shit, because smoking puts you in ciphers around a bunch of people that you ain't trying to date, you ain't trying to kind of fully be cool with. Because if you're not smoking, you just only time you really run into women is at regular settings, like you at work or some shit, or you trying to holler at her. When you smoking, you just pull up sometimes to the house and it's like 10 women there, 20 women there, they all having a conversation, and you just sitting there chilling, smoking your blunt, and you hearing all they truths. You feel me? So that's why I love.
I believe Lee. I believe Lee. But what Lee keeps leaving out is that 1% men. Where do they usually hang out at? At the club. At the club. At the club. Where your girl want to go hang out.
I'm about to bring up somebody. I'm about to bring up somebody that absolutely knows all about that scene, but he changed his life. He turned over a new leaf. Welcome to the show, the Chicago Gorilla.
Gorilla.
Oh, shit, Chicago in the building. What up, though, Chicago?
Man, somebody got to stop Sharon. Sharon on that bullshit. And then I hear Dirty Jers up here talking crazy. What the hell is going on?
I'm just speaking facts, man. You feel me? I'm just speaking facts.
What's going on? What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Sharon, I'm glad you're back, brother. Glad you're back. Are you ready? I'm glad you switching it up a little bit, brother.
Hey, really, you want to sign my petition to sue Sharon for canceling the morning show?
Absolutely. Any negative, anything that adversely affects Sharon, I'm with it. Put my name.
I mean, how you just gonna do that? He's gonna pick up shop and then dip out and don't even tell nobody. He said, "I'm gone. I'm out."
Get this Queens nigga out of
here. That's exactly, that's correct. That's exactly what my baby mother said. Like, what the hell happened? They was like, what?
You know what? I wanted to get on this with
wait.
Jack
Wait. Wait. Dang, I don't want to take y'all too far back because I heard you was saying something about you can't know your kids or you don't know your kids, something like that.
No, I was saying that you can't know your kids 100%. I said if you can't know yourself, if you can't know yourself 100%, there's no way you can know your kids 100%.
That's wild. That's a wild statement. Wait.
I mean, you're gonna know your children, but there's no way you can know them better than they know themselves.
That's a wild statement. You know what I tell my son all the time, and he agrees with me?
Okay.
I've been you. You've never been me.
Nah, you never been him.
My son, listen, and he's a junior. He has about, I would say, 90% of my DNA. If you look at like a high school picture of me and a high school picture of him, you couldn't tell who's who.
Okay. I'm a challenge on this.
Go ahead.
Good. I was saying
you could.
I definitely can. It's gonna be hard. So get this then, right? Do you agree that life is a decision-making process?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is what I'm gonna get you at right here. You and him.
You niggas in these gotcha moments. Go ahead.
No, it's not got you. You and him.
Yeah, you say it's what's gonna get me at. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you and him ain't got the same daddy.
Okay.
So there was different things that you experienced in life that he had. And because of those experiences, you're gonna make different decisions based on those experiences. You guys are not the same person.
What does that have to do with me knowing my son?
Meaning,
right? Because here's the thing. Wait. Hold on, Mo. Because the same thought process of how we arrive at conclusions to make said decisions that is part of life, right?
Yeah.
Is the same framework.
Okay.
Right. So there are things that I remember my son was going through, and this is just me picking up on his mannerisms. I remember he was dealing with if most dark-skinned boys when you're younger, most of us deal with colorism in the sense of some of us feel inadequate in our own skin, or you're questioning certain things, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I was picking up on that from him, and I started the conversation, and he was like, "Dad, how did you know I was going? How did you even know I was dealing with that?" Right? Like you 1000% could know your kids because they come from your DNA.
I'm sorry, but that's not a good argument though, because then you can just say that but you kind of spoke to knowing all dark-skinned boys probably, because you kind of even said it in the beginning. You said dark-skinned boys have this issue where that, and the third. So you was able to understand
So
you're
how?
not kind of understanding
Here you
him.
go.
You're
Here you go, Lee.
understanding the dark
You
skinned
niggas in
boy
these
problem.
gotcha moments, Lee. How come I
I'm
could pick
not.
it up in
I'm
my
not.
son
I'm
and
not.
not? Wait. How come I could pick it up in my son and I haven't picked it up on any other boy? I'm
Listen,
speaking to
I'm
my
not trying to
experience,
say
and
you
then
don't listen.
go
I'm
ahead.
not trying to be these guys and say you're wrong, because that's what y'all do, and then y'all go back and forth about who's right or wrong. All I'm
Yeah,
saying
no,
is,
that's not me, G.
no,
Go ahead.
me either. All I'm saying is that you kind of spoke to you understanding the dark skinned boy realization of life. That's all I'm speaking. Do you get what I mean? Like, because
I
Lee,
do.
you are
I'll tell
wrong,
you
man. I'm
this.
gonna tell you all the ways you're wrong.
Jesus Christ.
So this is what I'm saying though, Lee. How come, if that's the case, right? And I did set up that premise. And I did leverage the fact that I know, even from speaking with some of my homeboys, right? You know, it is what it is. You deal with it as a young man. How come I could pick it up in my son though, and didn't pick it up in other boys? Is my point. It's because I know him.
Yes.
That's my point.
I don't
All
care
right, so
about that. I know Chicago
Oh
really
shit,
better
let's go,
get
let's
his.
go.
I
Let's
know he
go.
better get his
no.
Bengay.
Wait,
I
wait,
know
wait.
he
Hold
better
on.
get his Bengay and rub it on
Yeah,
his knees.
yeah,
If he gonna be dancing against me
yeah,
this Friday, I
yeah,
hope he got his Bengay together before
yeah.
I came up
Eat a
here.
man. Eat a man. See, listen, you let your mouth do too much talking, brother. You light work. I'm not even gonna go 70% for you. I might just go, nigga. I might just do the wave and robot on you the whole time, nigga. You is light work, nigga. You talking to a real live b-boy, nigga. You think I'm finna get up here and hit windmills and flares on you, nigga? No.
It's okay. I hope you're ready because I'm
Oh,
gonna hit a
whoop.
couple pin
Listen.
drops.
You
Hold
think
on,
I
you
ain't
don't
catch you
know. I
hitting that
know
whoop,
that
Rico?
lifestyle.
Hey. Hey, eat a man. You think I ain't catch you hitting that whoop, Rico?
Yeah, that
Who
was
you think
light
you
work.
talking to?
That was
Who you
light
think you
work. I'm
talking to? Nigga, listen. We could go up top. We could go up north. We could Harlem Shake, nigga. We could get sturdy with it, nigga. We could go to the West Coast. We could sea walk. We could bike with it. We could ghost ride the whip. We could get
See,
icy, nigga. We could go
I
down
know
south.
I
We could
triggered.
Miami Bay.
Listen,
Who do
I
you think you
triggered
talking to?
when you get a good wholesome man like him start dropping that nigga word every other word. I know I done triggered this nigga. I
Nah, you
know
talking
for
to
a
a real
fact.
live b-boy. You playing with the wrong one. You talking to a real live b-boy. What you talking
Oh,
about?
we go.
Hold up. Oh, before we go
Now
any
go ahead.
further in the
Hey, back to the
conversation,
conversation. What's
so I'm
happening?
gonna say this. All right. So then, from what you're saying, right,
Uh-huh.
you raising your child, your son in particular, must be very easy, if not effortless, because you know your child inside and out. There should be no surprises,
Let's
no
see how you throw that in
disappointments.
there, Mo. You see
No,
how
no,
you
I'm
throw
just
that in
saying.
there?
No, but you said you know your son. So if you know, then you
What
should be
does
able to rest
knowing
on
my
easy.
seed? So then if I use your logic, right? Because
Yep,
God knows us, right? Then it should be
yep.
easy for God.
Yeah, it is easy for God. Why is it not easy for God
No.
to love you?
See, you see how the hey, Sharon, now, is it me or is that goalpost moving itself?
Yeah,
You brought God into this, not me.
That's what
You
he
brought God
did
into
us.
this, not me,
That's what he
bro.
did
That
us.
wasn't me.
he did the same thing earlier. He just moved the goalpost.
How? We're talking about knowing. We're talking about knowing.
Uh-huh.
And I'm
Yo,
Uh-huh.
saying if you
Marvelous.
know your
Why
So
child,
you always
when
right, then
gotta
you
you
should
try to
never be
prove
this.
everybody wrong,
when
bro?
you
Why you can't
divert
be
it,
right?
and I'm not trying to make it a right or a wrong situation. I'm just speaking strictly to knowing. You
Yes.
1000% can know your seed. And it doesn't mean that you know them enough that they still not gonna make bad decisions, do right or wrong or whatever. Your responsibility and role as a parent is to guide, invest, and give assistance and support.
Well,
That's
get
what you're
this. Hold up.
doing as a
Before
parent.
we go any
But
further,
That
before we go any
still
further.
doesn't
Gorilla,
mean
here's the
hold
part
on.
that hold on,
No, wait, wait,
Mo,
Oh,
wait.
go
Before,
Mo.
ahead.
before that,
Here's
Go
the
ahead,
part.
Jack.
Look, I don't want y'all to get stuck on this because y'all keep getting stuck on this. But here's the part. When we want to grow, we actively do things against the stuff that we're supposed to do. So you can't ever take that into factor in. All right. So let's just move off that point because for real though, you won't know your son because he might say, "My dad think I'm gonna do this, so I'm gonna do that." I'm gonna do the
That he
opposite of what
still
he think I'm
know.
gonna
He
do.
will know that
That
he's that
still
way.
doesn't mean that you don't right. You still know your child sneaking out there doing whatever they gonna do. Whatever. That
Right.
doesn't mean that you don't know your seed. What are y'all talking about?
no, wait. This is all I said, Chicago. When you said I know enough, that's good for me. But when you say I know absolutely, which is again that's the only thing I have a rebuttal if you're saying that you know
Please.
100%. Like, dude, no one knows 100%. No
I'm gonna
one
leave
can
it
know that
alone.
shit.
I'm gonna
But
let
You
the
said
I
chat
know
enough.
my
decide.
son.
Circular
I said
Yeah.
conversation.
you already said you conceded. When you said I know enough, I said cool.
Ooh,
I give you grace on that. We good on that. I agree with you on that. You can know enough, but you can
okay.
never know everything. That's impossible.
Who's talking about everything? We're
Everything.
You
talking
never
That's
say
about
what
everything.
Sharon
knowing
Okay,
your
was
circular
saying.
seed.
conversation. Circular conversation.
Yeah, so we're not talking about everything. We're saying that you can 100% know your child.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, and I agree. You can know your child, but there's no way you should know your
100%.
child. You should know
100%.
your child more than they know themselves. You shouldn't know. That
Yeah,
means
we
your
should.
child's lost.
When they're young. When they're young,
Wait,
we
why
know
shouldn't
more
you know
than
your
them.
child more than you know yourself? I mean,
No,
they know themselves. I
no.
mean,
I'm saying yes because
You
the
still
thing is, the
can't.
child
You
doesn't
still
know
can't
it's
make
lost.
decisions for
Yeah,
them.
let
They
him
got
answer.
peers.
Hold on, let him answer. Go ahead.
Because I was saying because the child and they are gonna be lost. That's why you're there as a parent to guide them. But if you get older and you still like on that, like I know what's best for you, you can't decide anything, then that's the problem. That child has lost. That's what I'm saying.
What happened?
If you know this child, like Sharon, if your father came to you right now and says, "I know you better than you know yourself," right now, in your current state as a grown man, you might be lost. Because how someone know more about you than you know about yourself?
No, so okay.
wait,
First of
but
all,
you saying
we
now
talking
as
about yeah,
Sharon
right.
had
You
about
talking
to
about
be
as a
30,
grown
like
man,
what?
somebody that my
And I
father's
said
not
it's fine
guiding.
for a child. I said it's fine for a child because they need guidance. It's natural for a child to be
I'm not a
not
child.
knowing. I
You're
know you're
right,
not.
though.
I said
You're
you're
right.
a man.
All right,
I'm
so
not saying you.
okay, so that's why we just point out that's a bad
You
example.
did
So
just try to use him as.
yeah,
Okay,
so
sorry.
that's what, so look, Marvelous. What we saying is that so if you have your child from 0 to 10 years old and you pay attention to your child and you find out all the things that that makes that child different from the other children, you can 100% know your child.
Yeah. You know what they're capable of. Like if the teacher come and tell me your son did this, I would know whether my son probably did that shit or didn't do that shit. Right? Because you know what type of child you have raised, you watching, you're parenting. Now the ones who not parenting, they may not know the child at all.
Correct.
But for those of us, like my son still can't lie to me. Well, one of them can. One of them can lie and I don't be knowing what is up. But see the other one, he got a crooked smile.
Oh, that's a big fact. That's a big fact, Bond.
And also when you are an active parent, you realize that all your children don't get the same parent because you gotta do different things with other children. Like my oldest daughter, I could scream at her, I could get loud and aggressive with her, and she won't take it as that. My second daughter is absolutely no way I could raise my voice. Right. And my third one, she absolutely hates my authority. My voice scares her. Like when I be talking with y'all sometimes, and then I raise my voice, it makes her nervous. So all three of those different girls, I gotta understand that I gotta interact with them differently each time. That's because I'm paying attention to them.
Even to the point of discipline, right? And correction. You got to know what works for your child and what doesn't. Some, it may take the voice, like the raising of the voice will get them in line. Other ones, you may have to take something from them that they actually like. And that causes that'll give good correction, right? Some of them, you take it from them, they don't care. They're making up games in their mind.
Some of them you can spank and they don't get nothing.
I ain't want to go there, Bomb. You know how Sharon is.
Yeah. I know. But once we learn that it don't help, then you shouldn't do it anymore because it don't really help at all. Can't even threaten them with it.
So, Marvelous, are you understanding us now that we can absolutely understand our child 100% as it's growing through life?
Get this. We didn't have to have this conversation because we already concluded that I cannot convey to you what I mean in the very beginning. So, I mean, Chicago brought it up, and but I cannot articulate.
Yeah, I was
so again, I would concede. I would concede this with no problem. I can humbly admit that I cannot articulate my argument. So I'm good with that.
Fair enough. Hey, what was Lee talking about if somebody put something on your shorty and throw something to your shorty and your shorty going?
He said if Lee said 100% if your girlfriend has a high sex drive and yours is only 10%, and you telling her no, you can't get no peen tonight, and you depriving her natural duty to her husband's peen because you in the Bible says you should not deprive your mate of a sexual intercourse. And if you're doing this when she's walking down the street and that man, he has a tattoo, he has a beautiful hairline and waves, dark skin.
And a beard, and wearing a white shirt.
It's called them Dexter St. John.
Hold on. Before y'all move it,
wait.
I know y'all about to move it. Hold on 1 second. I want to comment on what Mo was saying. Right, it took me a minute to get back to the phone. A person who tell me they don't know their child, I would say that they don't know themselves and they don't know their spouse. Because your child is a combination of you two. Like when my child do certain things, I'm like, yep, That she got that from me. Like she did it. She all that comes from me. So knowing your wife, and this is why I'm such a big advocate of not just having sex with random people. Knowing your wife and knowing yourself, you will understand your child because it's just an immature version of you. So when
Okay,
people
we
say I
agree with
can't
you.
deal,
Don't
We
be
agree with
stealing my. Hey, when you
just don't
quote
want
me, make sure you give me my props first.
nigga
just
ain't
don't
quote
want
you.
you
You got
to
that from me. Hey, listen. So listen.
don't attack having sex because you just made it about sex. Having unprotected sex is what you're talking about. You shouldn't
No, I'm
have
not talking about
unprotected
sex at all. I'm talking about when the baby get here. I get it. Y'all can go
But
and sleep with who
you
you
just
want
now
to.
said I don't agree with having just random sex with people. So you just kind of attacked those people you just didn't even know.
Okay,
So
cool.
I'm gonna
If they
yeah, all
failed the
right.
attack, fuck them. So listen, but the whole point that I was making is that people don't understand if you understand the bond of understanding your spouse and yourself is nothing your child really can do that would catch you off guard. Like when my child like
Yeah, man, cut this. We over this already. This
Okay,
dude
yeah, I was gonna
leave.
say
Come back.
again, Mr. Eda Man.
Jesus
I'll put this
Christ.
out there one more time for Eda Man, so everyone understands. Okay, I'm not saying you don't know. I'm not. That's not my argument. I'm not saying that you don't know. I've never said you don't know your child. I
So
said you
who
shouldn't
getting
know
divorced,
more.
man? I'm trying to
Yeah, I
figure
said you
out who
shouldn't
getting
because so that's
divorced.
the whole
That's what
point.
I'm
The whole
here for.
it
Okay.
just makes no sense.
How
Again,
do
I
how
cannot
do
articulate my argument, so I'll concede. There's no debate here. I
yeah,
understand
I
you
don't
guys'
know why he
plight.
came back
We're
up
good.
here having the same conversation.
Mo, I actually believe you, but I just saying we are too sober to have that conversation. We
So
need a little bit
Getting
more weed in the
Wait a
mix to
minute,
have
did
that
Lee
one
say
about
who's
knowing
getting
yourself,
divorced? That's
knowing
what I'm
yourself.
here for.
Sharon messy. Sharon, who getting divorced? What happened?
What? No, I am not messy. So what I'm doing is this. What I'm
Oh,
doing is this. I'm trying to give y'all 4 points of contention that you can avoid, so you will never get divorced. So if
Can
you
I
listen to these 4 things,
can
these
I guess
four
what one of them are?
horsemen, these 4 horsemen, you would never get divorced. But only listen to these 4 horsemen if you want to stay in a forever relationship.
you know
Number
what's
Right.
one.
crazy though? You helped me with
Number
mine too.
one. Number one. Criticism. If you are attacking your partner's character rather than addressing a specific behavior, that's a problem. Contempt. What did I say about contempt? Oh, is the most destructive. It's the most destructive of all the 4 horsemen, right? Because treating your partner with disrespect, mocking, or sarcasm is going to be very damaging to your partner. Defensiveness, right? It is a common reaction to criticism. And then the last 4 horsemen out of the 4 horsemen is stonewalling. And this occurs when one partner withdraws from the interaction, shutting down and refusing to engage. So if you get rid of those 4 things within your relationship, you would never get divorced, in my opinion.
But
So
you
as
know
a
you kind
part
of
of
helped our argument too.
the not getting divorced thing, is it a part of it like having early marriages, without really knowing the person?
What you mean by that?
Getting in a marriage early, doing it for the gram or for YouTube or whatever reason. You meet a person within a few months, maybe you meet them on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, right? You fly to them, you marry them,
Yeah.
and then it doesn't work. Is that a part of one of the things that can ruin a marriage, is getting into it too early?
No, I don't think so.
So Sharon, so would you honestly add another horseman then? When I said earlier the selfishness, because you said you're not selfish,
I'm not
right?
selfish at
So that
all.
means that'd be a part of the subject. Because
No,
I believe if you're not
no, because
selfish, then you don't
I
have to
really
worry about
believe,
anything.
and I could substantiate all the ones that I put out there. The criticism. If you are heavy critical of your partner, it's going to put some very damaging things to your relationship. If you are over defensive in your relationship, that's a problem. If you stonewalling, that's a problem. And if you contempt, those 4 things is going to ruin a person's marriage, hands down, without
So
a
the
doubt.
5th one that I talked about is not going to ruin the marriage.
No,
Selfishness.
No.
Oh, you're wilding right now, bro.
Yeah.
It's
No,
not.
you was on our side where you said that people should have a healthy
Sense
self.
of selfishness.
Yes, but
Right?
he
You
said
consider yourself.
he said that because for him he's selfless.
I
But I
am.
said so if you were selfish right now, that wouldn't interfere with your relationship whatsoever.
No, so but what you're confusing is that whatever my attributes are, if you take an attribute away from me, yes, that would affect my relationship because my wife is adjusted to what my attributes are. So now if you take away my selflessness and then you add selfishness to it, then yes, that's going to affect my marriage because now
But
I'm a different person.
so, and when I say selfish, it really isn't as hard to determine what selfish is. Like I said earlier, there's being selfish for you, and then there's being selfish that doesn't affect others, right? So it's like the point is I can eat without worrying about what's going to happen with you, because what I eat don't make you shit at the end of the day. It's all for self, but it doesn't affect you in no way. But there's things I can do that are selfish that will affect you, because I don't give a damn about you
But we
in
went
certain
down
ways.
this before.
And I already correct you, but it's fine. We can do it again. So with the whole to just use the eating thing. So you might not look at it, but to me, anything that you do within your marriage, it can affect you. So me eating outside before knowing that my wife cooks every night, that could absolutely affect my relationship.
If she's
So
cooking every
even
night,
something
correct?
as simple as eating out can affect my relationship if I'm not letting her know, if I'm not communicating with my woman.
No, 1000% will. It definitely will. That's a selfish thing to do to eat without her, for sure.
Okay. So therefore, everything you do within a marriage can affect your marriage.
Yes, but that also goes to my point of being selfish or selfless.
But it
Selfishness is
don't
going to
matter
affect your
because
marriage.
everything affects your marriage. Remember, we just
Right. That's what we're saying. Because so like if my wife married me and she knows that I'm selfish, that's not a attribute that bothers her.
That's a crazy relationship to be in, but yes, I can see to that because some people do accept things they shouldn't, but there are people who do things that are unwise. I understand.
No, because some people look at that as a strong will to say, yes, he is selfish. He's doing whatever he got to do. It doesn't matter. He is relentless. He won't come home. He won't talk to me. He will go ahead and make that $1 million. He can either make it in a day. He go do whatever. Blah, 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 blah. They look at that as selfish. And that's fine for that person. Every human being is different.
Yeah,
But
I
me
know. I
personally,
get that.
all right. So therefore, again, being selfish doesn't necessarily is going to make you get divorced.
I would say both of them are selfish in the category you gave us because if she's worried about the money, not about him making that money, how he makes it, as long as he gets the money, then yeah, I can say they're both selfish in that part and they attract each other for that exact selfish nature. But the moment the money starts coming in, what's going to happen?
But say again, it doesn't matter why they wind up falling in love with each other and being married. It don't matter.
What causes a fast divorce?
You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. So like you putting your morality on a marriage and saying, hey, she doesn't love him for him. She loves him because the ability to make money. It doesn't matter. And that's what she loved him for, and that's what he's willing to accept, and vice versa. Oh well. If he's somebody that got a lot of gold and he looking for a gold digger, he found him a gold digger, he got the gold, they're gonna be happily married. Simple as that.
Yeah, of course. The happy part's gonna be there because they're getting what they both desire. I understand that part. Like I said, I'm not arguing that a selfish person
You
cannot be
just
with a
did.
selfish person. No, I'm not saying that a selfish person cannot be with a selfish person. It just takes the selfish thing to pretty much when someone's not getting what they want out of that situation, that particular situation, it's gonna fall apart.
But you calling
Easily.
it selfish, but it doesn't
Right.
necessarily make it selfish. You putting a
Right.
judgment on it.
You putting a judgment on it. Correct. Go ahead, Bob. I'm sorry.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you. Like, so I think that's the part that you are missing, Miles. You're putting your morals and your opinion on something being selfish on it. Not recognize that's a characteristic that somebody might absolutely love and adore about
So
another person.
cheating is not a selfish act then, right?
And then cheating, that's a whole nother topic in itself, right?
But that's a selfish act though, right?
No, depending on.
Oh, okay. I'm good with that.
Well, you're not listening. That's why, depending on the couple, what you consider cheating, they may not.
They may not.
And
I get that part, Bomb. I'm saying for those who would even call it cheating, is that in itself not a selfish act?
You got that's an individual that will go individually. You can.
And
you
that's
can
what I'm
make
saying.
it,
Yes,
you can make it.
I agree with you.
You
I
can make
agree
it
with you. Every relationship is.
But
their
again,
own
we're not
rules.
even. But what we are saying is that somebody being selfish is not a reason that most people get divorced over.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've admitted I've been selfish before, and I'm still married. Like,
right, like being so that's what I'm saying again, Marvelous. So being selfish is not something people say, "Hey, I'm getting divorced because the other person was selfish." That's not what people are saying.
No, but everything, even the horseman, right? I know what Bomb's saying, right? you can easily fix your relationship, no matter if it's going through the Four Horsemen thing, by communication. That's a fact. That's going to fix it. Going to truth, faith, understanding, that's going to fix the situation. Even with someone being selfish. Once you understand what the situation is and you communicate, yes, I understand you and you fix it. I'm saying why is my horseman not even on the roster at all? Because I know selfish things for the most part are what destroy a lot of relationships.
Okay, so the reason why
Like drinking, drug abuse, all that shit, like those are selfish acts that can affect everyone.
okay,
Like,
I understand you want a Green Ranger. I got you. So the reason why it's not gonna make because it cannot it's not gonna oversee being overly criticizing your partner. So being selfish is not gonna supersede criticism. It's not gonna supersede contentment, meaning that you are disrespecting your spouse. You have you being sarcastic towards your spouse. You disparaging your spouse. So selfishness is not going to be over that. Selfishness is not going to be you are always defensive within a relationship. Every time something's being brought up to you are at wins and you're ready to fight your partner. So being selfish is not going to be ahead of that one. And then what was my last one again, Bob? Shit.
Content.
I did contempt. So it's selfishness, defensiveness, contempt,
criticism,
and stonewalling. Right. And
stonewalling, yeah.
And so when you stonewall, you completely remove yourself out of the relationship while with being in it. Selfishness is not going to replace that one either. Right. So unless you make an argument for removing one, then we got that.
Like one of his examples the drug dealer, the drug addict, right? But the drug addict, there's lots of people married to drug addicts,
right?
And they remain married. Now, once that drug addict start doing things like stonewalling, walking out, still like being very disrespectful, and
right.
That's when people.
That's when you get divorced.
Yeah, that's when it gets bad.
Can we add bringing home babies that ain't your husband's? Can we add that one to reasons for divorce?
No.
Sorry,
nope.
I've had a very traumatic life. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Because a lot of women not bringing home babies.
Jack, did you bring a baby home on your husband or something?
No comment.
I would say yeah. There are a lot of people who do cheat for the most part, and some people don't. Raise their own
Chicago Gorilla, what's your thoughts on my four characteristics to avoid if you do not want to get divorced?
So first of all, I hate my phone. I kept dropping off. I heard criticism.
I can write it down. Yeah. Criticism, defensiveness, stonewalling, and the last one's the most dangerous of them all, contempt.
Contempt. Okay, I remember you landing on that really hard. Pause. Yes, because I think contempt breeds resentfulness or resentment. And resentment is just, the one individual harboring ill will or a type, whatever feeling they may have. That leads to people going out doing like the most egregious things to break covenant. So I think that's a pretty solid list.
I call those my Four Horsemen, by the way.
Yeah. I heard you breaking that. I heard you setting it up like these are the Four Horsemen. I just missed the other. So contempt, criticism, stonewalling. Now listen. I'm a beta simp host up from the south side of Chicago. What is stonewalling?
What is stonewalling? Great question. I love that. That's a beautiful thing. So
not to be confused with ultra crepidarian.
And Green Ranger. Throw that in there. Definition. What is a Green Ranger? I've been hearing that all over. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Okay. All right. So stonewalling and Green Ranger.
The Green Ranger, he was a Power Ranger. He was added later. He's not part of the original. So since I got my Four Horsemen, he wanted to add in selfishness, so I called it the Green Ranger. That's all. So stonewalling to me is when one partner withdraws from the interaction, shutting down and engage. And give you a sense of isolation within the relationship.
That could be a bad one because just expressing yourself, you trying to talk through it, and they just walk out and act like just let you.
Well, Bomb, think about this because when you say that, I think about men, right? We do it unintentionally. Women require a lot of intimacy and engagement, right? They want to talk. They want to tell you about their day. They want to know about your day. They just want to be up under you. All of the things that require intimacy, whereas men, we can retreat to our own little space, you know what I'm saying? Sip on a glass of cognac, smoke a cigar, chill, be off top, read a book, whatever, watch some sports, whatever it is. We could perfectly, as long as we know she's in the house that I bought and she's safe and she's good, I'm good. And you like men inadvertently do this more times than not, where they withdraw from their woman, right? And they don't want to be, they don't want to give up intimacy until it's time to be intimate. You know what I mean? But you haven't made any love deposits, so you can't make no withdrawals.
Woo!
You see what I'm saying?
You touched on
So, well, no, because I get what you're saying. But I'm like, if we're in a heated discussion, then I withdraw from that. But I'm saying on the day to day, if I'm not present, right? If I'm thinking more outside, which I think if that was Mo who was saying selfishness, I think you can include that. I know Sharon doesn't want that as part of the Four Horsemen. Maybe that is a Green Ranger or whatever, but that goes right up under the Stonewalling if we're talking about withdrawing from your partner, which is a very dangerous thing. And let me say this and I'll go on mute. I know in this space there are a lot of people going around talking about their partner is not their best friend and this, that, and the third. Let me say two things. Number one, I need my wife. Okay, let's let that be known, right? Not I want, not I desire. I need that woman, right? For specific reasons that I won't, I don't want to belabor the point here, but I want that to be known. Like, it's okay to need your woman, fellas. If you need, you ain't got to depend on her like that and this, that, and the third, but the purpose that she serves is the purpose that she serves. And it's okay to need her for that purpose, right? The other thing is this notion that you cannot be best friends or shouldn't be best friends with your wife is crazy to me. My wife 1000% is my best friend. My wife knows shit about me that, man, none of you niggas will ever know. You know what I'm saying? And listen,
I'm with you on that one, Chicago.
And listen. And when me and my wife chop, right? When we chop, we could chop about art. All the things that I like, we could talk about that. We talk about politics. We could talk about sports. My wife is into sports. We could talk about what I could take her anywhere and she Gucci. She know when to fall back. She know when to play her part. All of the things, right? She loves for me to teach her something new. Y'all need that woman, man. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. And that's my best friend in that order.
No, I get you, Chicago.
I'm going on mute. I'm going on mute. I'm about to go home and test something up. I'm going on mute.
I think what we get it wrong is that we think that whenever we hear a best friend, they assume that she's supposed to treat you like she treats her female best friend. And that's where people are. It's like, no, you're supposed to be her best friend, but more of a guy best friend.
why wouldn't she be his female best friend? She is his female best friend.
No, I'm saying like the way female best friends.
No, he's saying bomb like how a female might gossip to her girlfriends. Let me say it this way though, Jack. I mean, I understand the brothers.
You just said you was gonna go on mute.
Yeah, who's that? Lee?
Yep.
No. Let her speak. He was about to say some real shit.
Go ahead. I guess.
Yeah, do my damn this dirty Jersey nigga that threw my thought off.
Hey man.
Yeah, because don't you talk to
basically I'm just saying that
that's
you
what you
treat
said.
your female like that. You treat your male friends.
So Rilla, you
I
can't
think
talk to your wife about anything?
Yeah. My wife know. Yeah, she know. And that was important though. That's how we set the relationship up. I call it getting the ugly out, right? So we got the ugly out the way early. So we have those conversations. But to that point, I want my wife, the point about her being the best friend and all that stuff and gossiping to dudes, like, how she got to, like, I get it. Everybody's situation is different or whatever. I want my wife as comfortable as possible to tell me whatever she needs to tell me. So listen, one of the ways to mitigate risk and danger, because people are autonomous human beings, right? One of the ways that you mitigate your wife going to be with a Dexter St. Jock is that you find every reason you give her every reason not to go that way. So if she needs to be able to come to me and talk to me about whatever, the same way I can come and dump whatever on her, she needs to be able to do that to me. And I should be the person that she comes to with that. Going to every Tom, Dick, and Harry or whoever, getting instruction from them. No. Bring that to daddy. I want to hear about it. Talk to me.
That's just communication. I'm talking about like just the dynamic of two women together. Like when they sit there kicking about what a guy's abs look like.
I got you. My bad. Yeah, okay.
That's some shit that they can only do with another woman without you sitting there looking at them like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Yeah, but that's
you said that nigga look what?
But that's what you talking about.
Saying, like,
and this is on today's resident ultra crepidarian. Jack is dead.
I kind of get what Jack is saying.
It means, but I kind of get. I don't know what that means.
I don't get what it means because all women don't talk the way Jack is saying.
I mean, I kind of get what Jack is saying though, because it's like, okay, look, like, okay, so a best friend is a specific category. So sorry, Bomb, just 1 second. Okay. A best friend is a specific category. My wife, my girlfriend is my life partner. This gives her a higher ranking than a best friend. And I think when we want to call them, I mean, and I get it, right? It does encompass a lot of the same things that a best friend you're able to do. Like you'll cry in front of your wife, you'll tell her your deepest secrets, which I kind of haven't done to any of my male best friends, but I've done to my wife. So I kind of like, I wouldn't tell my best friend all my secrets. I'll tell my life partner that, you know. Because some of us, even to this day, we've had best friends in the neighborhood. Are they still our best friend? But our life partner is still there. So, like, if he's trying to say it like that, like there's rankings to it, like how you have a general and then a sergeant and then a lieutenant, you know, and then so on and so forth. I feel like when it comes to the rankings in partnerships, which is best friend, you know, versus like acquaintance, you know, or like job person you work with at the job, then acquaintance, then friend, then best friend. But once you at life partner, that's like, bro, that to me, that's bigger than best friend. So I understand what he's saying if he going that deep with it.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Bob.
Okay, so what I'm saying though, and your best friend is exactly that. That's a friend who you trust with everything and anything, and you could go and cry to him or her. And you know, when you in pain or when you just mad, and if you can't do that with the person you claim is your best friend, then are they your best friend? And if you could do that with your woman, then that makes her your best friend. You know what I mean? Now, do I think my husband is my best friend? Ooh, I kind of separate him because I don't consider him my best friend. And
exactly, because you know
that's exactly what I just said.
No, but I'm about to say something different than unlikely, right?
Okay.
Because I don't think I can get the ugly out with him. Like, I don't think that everything that comes across my mind I can tell him, because some of you men that's just not, you know,
healthy.
Yeah. I think some of you younger men though, and the young women, y'all on a different path. I like it, I love it. Mm-hmm. But that's not our generation. So I know if I say things to him that I feel, he gonna take that hard, y'all. And so I love him so much, I just won't do it. And I think we had that discussion somewhere else where people were saying, should you tell the truth about everything or should you hold back? And I was one of the people who said, nah, sometimes you lie to people.
Damn.
You know, when I say lie, I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was on Venus's channel. I remember. That was
he's talking about more like withholding information than.
Yes, to protect their feelings, not to just tell them some shit that's not true. I'm talking about,
all right, give me an example about something you should lie to your spouse about, because I'm very curious.
You mean like telling them something that she probably
the baby's yours.
Like
the baby's yours.
No, not stuff like that. You mean like for example, like if she's telling a fantasy that she's not going to do, but that fantasy might make him feel a certain way.
Right. Yeah. Like for instance, like I've done that before, like where he asked me my fantasy, I tell it to him, he used that against me like in an argument. That happened to me years ago with him, and therefore I now know that I can't really, You know, I'm a Scorpio. I'm freaky. I told him some shit.
Okay, so now I gotta ask this question.
I didn't know Bob was gonna have a legit like, hey, that actually happened to me, but I know that is one that
freaks come out at night.
I come
Hey,
out
listen.
all day and night, baby. I'm out.
Hey,
all
listen, I hear you. I'm a Scorpio too. Let me
Oh,
ask you this. So if you were with a if this is terrible. If you met a guy, like let's say, okay, not you. Let's say if a woman had the same situation, right? And then she had a husband now that wasn't as freaky, and then she met a guy, like let's say it all worked out, the connection, everything worked out, right? And she met a guy, she found out that he was just as freaky and he would be actually perfect in bed. Do you think that she would take a chance trying to sleep with that guy? Just be honest, just be honest.
I wouldn't. I think I needed somebody more grounded, like my husband. Two of me, we would have been wild, baby. We would be on OnlyFans right now as we speak.
Would you have had more fun?
I don't know. What you mean fun? I don't know. Like,
because you're saying being wild, y'all would have been doing these I would say spontaneous things, jumping on OnlyFans. So if you took it there, I would imagine that you guys would have probably been doing a bunch of spontaneous things that you seem like you were excited about, you being a Scorpio and everything, right? And saying that you a freak, right? So I'm saying, like, would it have been more fun being with a person like that? I get that your husband grounded you.
No, I don't think it would have been more fun. I think it would have been more problems. Like me and another Scorpio would have. First of all, I've been with another Scorpio male before, and we ended up wrestling in the bedroom. This nigga put me in a chokehold.
That's hilarious. I didn't say another Scorpio. I definitely understand what you mean on that, but I just mean like a person that was like had the same sexual chemistry and energy as you had. I just wanted to see if you would be like, it'd be like, yeah, we probably would have had more fun, but fun isn't always the main goal, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been fun. I think I just would have been wild. Like, I think the man I married is the perfect man for me. He grounded me so much because I'm on a free spirit. I think if I'm not hurting no one and they not hurting me, we good. But hubby was like, nah, look,
it's hurting me.
Yeah.
Sharon, I got a question. Oh, my fault, Bob. Go ahead, continue. My fault.
No, I'm good. Y'all, you go ahead.
All right. So one question I was gonna ask, right? Because I kind of get this sometimes with my moms and stuff, right? My moms and my wife sometimes they think I can be cold at times because I have certain. Well, no, not that, not withdrawal.
Not so wall.
It's more the fact that I'm actually able to rationalize situations, right? So I'll be at peace with certain things that will be disturbing to others, and they say because you're not disturbed, you must be cold-hearted. And I'm like, nah, just I understand the situation. Just because I understand it, I get that people will react in a certain manner, but because I'm not reacting the way that you think or you feel I should react, you think I'm cold. Now I don't understand why that's a thing, and it's like I told my wife. I'll give you an example, right? My wife. This ain't me being cold, but this is an example about handling yourself. Not getting your feelings. My wife bought a ticket to fly out to a place, right? And all of a sudden, like I think she said she bought the wrong ticket or something like that, and there was no refund, and it came out of my pocket. And I was like, all right, cool, no problem. Go buy another ticket. And she was like, you're not upset? I said, it's done, right? You said there's no refund. There's nothing we could do about it. You did everything you could do. But chalk it up. You still have to fly home. Go buy another one. She says, I know, but I made a mistake, and I thought she'd be upset. I'm like, ain't no point. There ain't no point in getting upset because I got.
Are you sure you mean cold or not unbothered? You sound like you're just unbothered, not cold. Cold is it's like lifeless. It's like.
So hold on. So
lacking of empathy. So I don't think they would say that about you. You don't give off that energy. Maybe unbothered or not your mind, but
so Marvelous, is that one of the examples when she said you cold hearted? Marvelous.
I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. One moment.
That's hilarious. I was kind of trying to figure out,
nigga. You gonna tell him I'm cold? I ain't said that about you. I ain't said you was cold.
I was kind of trying to figure out what he was trying to say. Really, I mean,
he put me.
He was saying that situations that I think he was saying situations that women would expect some type of response, because you know that like some type of passion or feeling or emotion out of a man, because even if it's anger, that's an emotion, right? And it shows some level of interest. So you know, when she didn't get that, she's assuming that he had no emotion about it, as opposed to, no, I'm just thinking through it logically, there's nothing you can really do, it doesn't make sense to be upset. But yeah, I get it.
But for
Like,
her
I
to
thought,
expect,
go ahead,
Okay,
Paul.
yeah. I see.
for her to expect him to be mad,
Yeah, that's
he
weird.
must have gotten mad before. You know what I mean? Like,
Or she may have been used to dealing with men, that because that was a question
but
on my
that's
mind. Like, well, what framework is there? What pre-existing framework is there that she would take that position?
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was. Go ahead, Marvelous.
Yeah, I
Sharon,
think
can I ask you about something? Oh, okay. So can I ask you about something you guys were talking about earlier that it just didn't make sense to me?
That is strange. Something that makes sense to you, Jack? Go ahead.
Well, other than life itself, but you guys were talking about how a person has to know themselves in order to like effectively be able to communicate their needs. How is it possible for you to tell if a person knows themselves? That you guys were saying it like with such certainty that, oh yeah, you will know, a person will know themselves, but how are you guys grading that? Like, how are you guys gonna, how you figure, I can't even word it. That's how fucking puzzling the question is how does a person know themselves, and how do you test that?
What?
So me and Bob was saying that we 100% know ourselves. And the way how I said for myself, I mentioned for myself, is that I go through a lot of self-reflection, a lot of thought. I question why I think things. I question why I did something. I question why I'm continuously doing something. So I'm always questioning myself, and I'm giving myself an answer. I'm one of those people that have that voice in their head that's always as a narrator in my head that's always having a conversation with myself. I have that. I don't know if everybody else can hear themselves.
And so if a person ever does that, how can you say they know what they want if they don't ever do that kind of self-reflection?
I don't know about other people. I was just talking about myself. I wasn't talking about in general.
Right. So when we're talking about knowing ourselves,
I
can't tell when other people, if they know themselves or not. It ain't none of my business if you know yourself or not. You know what I mean? That's up to you, know yourself.
Yeah.
It's not hard to tell though sometimes, Jack. People who project their insecurities.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm busy right now. Give me a second.
I love you, Sharon. My wife came in. She came in the moment. I was like, all right, what's going on?
Nothing
you stop talking that bullshit. That's what happened. Your wife came in. Stop spitting that bullshit you was saying.
That nigga said, drop it, give me 50, nigga.
Nah.
Nothing is wrong with insecurity.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Nah, she's just making sure I'm studying, because she's like, I'm right now, I got my books out and I'm listening to y'all guys at the same time. She's like, how are you studying? And have them on YouTube. And I'm like, because I can read the book. And
no, yeah, we get it. She your overseer. We get it.
Yeah, cut that out. That's relationships. Yeah, that's relationships. Is what it is.
Nothing wrong with insecurities. Nothing's wrong with having fears. These are things that are part of life, and they will always remain. You will always be afraid of something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
And would you say part of knowing yourself is knowing and acknowledging that you have those fears and shortcomings? Like Sharon, I do what you do too. Like I do a lot of journaling, but I do ask myself why until I get to a stopping point. Either I answer the final why, like why did I do that? Okay, well, why did I feel that way? Okay, what could I have done better? Right, I do that till I get to the end of it. But Bon, my bad. Do you think that part of knowing yourself is knowing your fears, your shortcomings, and acknowledging and addressing those?
Most definitely. That is part of knowing yourself.
Yeah.
The addressing part, though, I want to get to that part. Once you address your fears, though, are you still scared?
Yeah.
How? When you addressed it, you already conquered it. If you addressed it, you conquered it.
No. Addressing doesn't mean that you conquered it, right? Addressing may mean that you faced it head on.
That's why you acknowledge it. It sounds like you acknowledge your fear.
I can give you a perfect.
That sounds like semantics, Mo. Go ahead, Tron.
Yeah, I can give you a perfect example. Beans here had gave us an experience, right? He said he is terrified of roller coasters, right? However, he was more afraid of disappointing his wife at the time, or girlfriend, or whatever you want to call it, right? And so he got on the roller coaster. He was scared. He was shaking. She held his hand and all that. And then once they got through the roller coaster, he got through it. He was screaming like a little. But once he got off of the roller coaster and he's seen a picture of himself screaming and yelling with his eyes closed and his hands clenched, looking like Spider-Man when he was trying to hold the subway back. You know?
Oh Lord!
Right after all that, he's like, so he was really upset himself, but he got through all that fear. And guess what? He said, "Hey, they went back the next weekend and did it again, so he wasn't afraid anymore." However, after they broke up, he couldn't get back on a roller coaster. So therefore, he did conquer his fear. He dealt with his fear, but he still wound up maintaining that healthy fear of roller coasters.
So here's a question that never ever gets addressed. So is just acknowledging you have problems enough to say that you are reflective if you're not doing anything to fix those problems? Just knowing, being aware that you have those issues.
Problems is different from fears, though. Problems
because that's where I was.
Because some fears you might not. Some fears you probably shouldn't cure. Fear is healthy. Fear keeps you alive sometimes.
Yeah, because we're talking about like knowing yourself, and people say they know themselves because they know all the shortcomings, and fears, and stuff like that. But if you're not doing that to fix it.
Hold on, Jack. I want to welcome to the show the fist clincher himself. Welcome to the show.
Come on, man. Where's the theatrics at, bro? Damn. No flaws, no national anthem. Damn, I can't get a Diddy song or nothing, huh? Just
Almighty don't like nobody. Almighty don't like nobody.
Right, give me some. Listen, I got a show to do, Sharon. I only came up because I just need to get something off my chest. You know, I love you like a play cousin. I love you more than your real cousin. Okay. But why the fuck does Genesis have a wrench in your chat? Like, this shit is bothering me, bro. All that we have been through, you know, the ups and downs, you know, of podcasting. I mean, we've been through it all, and somehow Genesis got a wrench in your chat. Like I don't understand how this works. I accepted PH Diva, right? I accepted that part. I get that, right? She's good at reading super chats. But why does Genesis, the tyrannical, man-hating, bitter baby mama black woman,
she don't even got a baby.
I know I'm trying to lie, Sharon. God damn, man. Like, you just fucked up my whole life.
The whole thing.
Some bullshit.
That man hit us with a tongue twister. Bitter baby mama black woman. Jesus.
If you send me $20, I can take a wrench.
That's what I'm gonna have to do then, because I don't appreciate this. To all the content creators, please take your wrenches away from Genesis.
I thought you was gonna come up here and confirm how you was clenching your fists with your eyes closed, screaming at the top of your lungs.
First of all, so yes, that happened, and I usually do that when I'm orgasming too, but that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter,
God damn, your eyes be closed and you, God damn.
Absolutely, I'd be clenching shit, screaming and shit.
All that.
So, but the last part is, I think you got that kind of mixed up, which is that it wasn't after we broke up, I had an issue with the roller coasters again. That's just fucking silly. I don't know if anybody even believed that part, but no, it was the TBI, man. These I've been in all these damn car accidents. I spent all this fucking time in jail, and I realized that I had this fear, and my brain has been deteriorating over some time. And I got a lot of claustrophobia, so I can't be in small space. I can't even ride in the back seat of vehicles. If I can't ride in the front seat, I'm cool, right? So, but that's what it was. It's just that those things, like what I was telling you was when I went a couple of years ago in 2021 for my birthday, I went to Kings Island in Ohio, and I tried to get on a roller coaster, and those fears had came back, right? Those same fears that I had once conquered. So you weren't all the way wrong, but it wasn't the fact that we broke up. It's just the fact that that's how my brain works, unfortunately. But the good thing about it is that same thing drives the mechanism that causes me to thrash people in debates. So.
Do you think that if she was there to protect you and hold your hand again, that you would have been able to take that ride again?
No, because my new woman who makes me scream and holler was the one who was there with me at that time, and she couldn't make me get over it. So it's just that when they pull those safety traps down on you, right? It just makes me feel trapped. It makes me feel, very claustrophobic, and I just couldn't deal with it. The other one though, the giant drop one, I was gonna do that one. The one that take you up real slow, hold you up there, then just drop your ass. I was gonna do that one, but at that time I was like 280, so I couldn't even fit on the mountain.
So your claustrophobia, is that also relative to your weight as well, or no?
No, that's really about the TBIs. I'm pretty sure that
because when I was being trapped and being
because when I lived in Atlanta in 1994, I caught the flight there, and I caught the flight when I moved back. I ain't had no problems then, but it was after that was my first time spending a stint in prison. After that was my first time being shot. After that was my first time being in a car that flipped over into oncoming traffic on 290 highway in Chicago, right? So all of these things that kind of affected my brain was after the last time I had been on the plane, which is why I didn't even know I would have the issue. You know what I'm saying? But like right now, though, I think I could. I know I could do the giant drop. I could do that. It just take you up, hold you, and drop you. But that slingshot shit that them people be doing, I'm good on that.
I'm good on that too.
So I'm good on that too. Hey, I'm wanted to go skydiving. The only reason why I haven't gone skydiving, Beans, is because I have a phobia. I'm not sure what this phobia is called, but it's something about being on this airplane, and while I'm ascending into the air up to the certain altitude before I drop out, that this whole time while we are doing this, I'm sitting on a man's lap.
See, Bree, you're so insecure. You're so insecure. I've already done this before. Skydiving, it's not that bad.
So you didn't mind sitting on that man lap. I just don't understand, like, what conversation I'm gonna have while I'm sitting on this man lap.
Didn't you just have a whole stream about having intimacy with men? Come on, man. Didn't you just have a whole stream about needing? Come on, Sharon.
What you afraid of? What you afraid of?
I'm like, hey, listen, bro, you better not say nothing. You better not say nothing about this.
Don't tell nobody.
I tell you right now, the first thing that's gonna come up for real is that, at least for me, I told people, like, I'm real talkative. If I get quiet, I'm scared. Right now, I ain't saying shit. If I stop shit talking, like, oh, he's scared. Oh yeah, I ain't saying shit. We up in the air though. I would tell you this, bro. It's cold as fuck up there. That's for one. And for two, when you first initially drop, the thing I can tell you, it feels like, it's like, if you ever lean in your chair a little bit and you catch yourself, you almost fell. Imagine that split second feeling for like 3 to 5 seconds. That's how intense that shit is. But then it goes away because then you catch momentum, and then you're like a car. You don't feel how fast you're actually going. That's all it is.
Wait, so Mo, let me ask you something.
Yep.
So you know how sometimes in movies they make these stunt scenes where something is about to crash, a plane, a train, a car, a bike, or something, and people dive out at the last second. Do you think you can actually get away with that, and specifically on a plane?
Like jump out of a plane last second? Hell
yeah.
No. I mean, the time that shit is crazy.
Hold on. You talking about jump out and then roll in the grass?
Exactly.
Obviously, at that point, you will be going the same speed as the plane. So if the plane is going like 280 miles per hour, you jump out of that bitch, you moving at 25 hours when you hit that ground.
Yep, exactly.
Even if I jump in the opposite direction?
No, you can't jump at that speed. You got to think about it. You'll jump at the opposite speed, but you're probably gonna take off 15 miles per hour at best.
He said, I'm gonna time it just right. As soon as the plane hit, that's when I'm gonna jump up and I'm gonna reverse the gravity. And once I
it's the same concept. Like, think of it as beings. You know, people feel like, yo, beings look at this way. It's the same way people think about the elevator. Like, oh my god, the elevator is gonna fall, so I'll jump at the last second so I don't catch the ground. It's like, nah, bro, you're going to fall. You still falling. You're gonna hit the ground. You're gonna be levitating. You're gonna jump at the last second, then levitate, and then hit the ground.
Matrix, baby, the Matrix.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that is. Hey, Beans, what you think about my Four Horsemen to divorce? What's your thoughts on it? Did you hear him?
No, I didn't. Man. I was trying to cook and shit. Don't be
Trying.
jealous. I made taco salad with hot Italian sausage. Boy, you don't know nothing about this.
Today is Tuesday.
Yeah, it is Tuesday. I had tacos today.
You know what I mean?
All right, so Beans, I want to know what's your thoughts on my Four Horsemen to divorce, right? So here they go. Criticism, defensiveness, stonewalling, and the most destructive one of all, contempt. If you display those four things within your relationship, it's done. It's over. Divorce, breakup, however you want to do it, spiritually broken up. Yeah, those are my Four Horsemen.
That's pretty good, man. My thing is, like, just don't try to sell the audience on that you came up with it. That's my only thing, because that's too good, actually.
Yeah, dog.
Like, if you listen to those, you would be hard pressed to try to think that somebody could be like, no, it ain't those, it's these, right? Like,
right.
Oh, it can't be somebody that's been married for 16 years and say, hey, I realized I shouldn't criticize. Oh, when she told me to take out the garbage and I got defensive, like, damn, I'm going to take it out. And she's like, well, I was just asking because, I just changed the baby shit diaper and I want to know if I should take it out to the incinerator or can I put it in the garbage?
A lot. I'm starting to think somebody hurt you behind that scenario because you use that take out the trash example a fucking lot. Right? Use that shit once a show.
Damn.
I'm just saying. But no, that contempt piece is the motherfucker.
Yeah, that's
smart. Like, I literally was just talking about that earlier on Ham Show, which is probably why you used it now and you don't want to credit me. But
I just gave you a whole story.
You didn't give me a story on contempt. But no, listen, those are absolutely good. I think you need to do what they call them shits when you put it on, when you use like the graphic design and shit to illustrate it.
A stream show? What?
Shut the fuck up. No, I'm saying you need to put a graphic together to illustrate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, put the whole thing together, because those are pretty good, man. I mean, most people are just gonna go cheating, shit like that. Little dick, you ain't got no walls. Like we go jump straight to that shit. But you actually, what I'm saying?
Which is funny because BMU did come up, and that was one of the things he brought up. He brought up sex right away. I don't think a woman should deprive a man of sex.
I mean, because in long-term relationships, that happens a lot, Shake. It really does.
I was like, deprive is a very strong word, sir.
Say it one more time.
I told him deprive is a very strong word. Like, that's not just telling because he made it seem like depriving your husband of sex is like, hey, I don't feel right. I don't feel sexy tonight. That's not depriving. Depriving is like punishment, damn near.
That happens as well in long-term relationships. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think we need to qualify that shit sometimes when we say it. We say it very generally, and I think we just hope that people understand the tense in which we say things sometimes. And I realize a lot of times people don't know when I'm doing it myself. So, you have to just kind of understand that. But I think when somebody is talking about sexual deprivation, we're not talking about it in the first 6 months, right? Like, this relationship has been going on for some time, and it does get to that point. But it's also on the men as well, because after a while in the relationship, we don't do any extravaganza ass things to get laid. It's roll over, lift the leg up, roll over, lift the cheek up. You know what I'm saying? Catch her while she watching TV. She trying to eat her salad. You move the spoon out the way and you stick your dick in. It be that kind of shit that starts to make a woman feel, you know, less sexy, right? When you say I'm not feeling sexy, right? And I mean, but fellas, listen, the neck, the feet, believe it or not, the navel. These are 3 places to change a woman's mind when she says she don't feel like it. I promise you. A foot massage, kiss on the neck, spoon with her, rub her, like rub down the arm, down the leg, come around.
You got a foot fetish, don't you? You got a foot fetish.
Yes, he asked the woman to show her feet yesterday.
Yeah, I thought I heard him keep saying this about some woman's feet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Yeah, feet stank.
I'm trying to help the fellas out, right? So they can get past this deprivation thing. You want to spoon with your woman, right? Turn something on that she like to watch. You know they like to watch CSI, Snapped, all that dumb shit. Turn that shit on, spoon with her, right? And while you spooning with her, just rub her with your palm, right? Rub her with your palm down her arm, down her leg, her inner thigh. Come up the inner thigh. Don't mess with the coochie at all, though. You don't want her to think that it's sexual. You want her to believe that you're just rubbing and caressing her, right? The whole time, dick hard in the motherfucker. But you got to make sure you keep that away from the body so that she don't feel it yet. You give her about a good 30 minutes of rubbing. Come up the stomach, come around the boob, come down the neck, the back, hit the booty cheek. It's okay. You know, it's all right. Grab it, squeeze it. Pick it up, drop it, let it bounce a little bit. Do that for about 30 minutes. If that don't work, suck the titties, and I guarantee you the deprivation will end. I promise you. Take it from your boy. I did 14 years, and I did 7 right before that. I literally been in a relationship for the last 21 years, right? So trust me, I know how to get a woman from I don't feel like it to okay.
Hey, Bob Jerry, I got a question for you. So, has there ever been a time when you wasn't feeling it, and then he started rubbing on your belly button? You was like, "Ooh, now."
I'm not a dog or a cat. I don't like my belly rubbed.
Bob, you sure you're not a crocodile? You're not an alligator? You don't want your belly rubbed?
I'm more of a kind of R. Kelly feeling on my booty, you know, kind of thing, but not my belly.
No, Bean said treat your woman like an alligator, and then y'all can do the death roll.
Can I ask the married people a question?
When he said it, he
Can
said
I
he started.
can I ask the married people
listen to this.
a
Y'all
question?
can listen to this motherfucker, toxic ass, man hating ass woman, or you can listen to your boy. Okay.
Who are you talking about?
Nobody.
No, it's a question for the married people or the people who've been in like long-term relationships. Do you guys ever have a moment where you guys dedicate time to not having sex, like a specific time of like we're not going to have sex for this amount of time? Just
yes.
It's called
like a practice? Is there like a name for it where you guys like take like time away from
sleep. Just ultra crepidarian. It's called children.
Right, it's called sleep.
No, I'm talking about intentionally, not like work got in the way, not like families in town, your mom's, like you guys dedicate time to not doing sex, like 2 or 3 months, and you guys both are agreeing to it, and it's like no animosity or nothing like that. It's just like we're just not going to have
to over-explain. We understand the question. You don't have to over-explain. I'm telling you, listen, it's called sleep, dog. Like when you know, like this just ain't the night. This ain't it. This ain't what we do.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking.
Ultra crepidarian. Hold on, ultra crepidarian. Hold on, ultra crepidarian. What we're saying is that so you're gonna dedicate those 8 hours to not having sex together.
I'm talking about longer periods of time so you guys can get used to or adjusted to not having sex on your own terms.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's called a period.
So no, I never planned on not you know what, on Hey, babe. Matter of fact, on August the 32nd, we can't have sex that week. That whole week, we are not doing anything physical. I'm not going to look at you. I'm not going to see how. You better not even smile at me.
That's just weird.
Wouldn't that help with the long stretches if you guys are already practicing just doing that just because you guys want to? If it does come up, won't you guys like be more adjusted to it if you guys are already intentionally not having sex?
So no, what happens when you are in a healthy relationship, a healthy sex relationship? I don't know how it sounds like he was in a damn car accident or something. When you're in a healthy sex relationship, right, and then you want to have a children, it's more things that just unintentionally get in the way of you having sex, and you trying to fight your way around all these different things so you could get to the beauty of sex.
Hey, listen, hey, Sharon, I gotta go do my stream. I just want to say to all the people watching, thank y'all for participating in my man Shake show. Thank y'all for supporting. But if y'all want to watch a podcast where the host ain't reading super chats, playing clips, dancing, come to Death Row.
Oh man, what the hell Skyline Mafia talking about?
What's up with these men who hate women, but then they accuse the women of hating men? Because I don't think I said anything to show that I hate men. In fact, I love men. I just love my husband more, you know. And
community. Remember we talked about the internet bomb? Just people taking this stuff, a lot of information, freezing up. They're just basically insecure. They don't know where to go. They look towards the wrong shit to guide them, and they end up being where they're at. That's all it is.
Let me welcome somebody into the show that understands Jack 100%, and he is completely dry all the time. Welcome to the show, Kills.
hey, James, how you doing?
Mike's not on, brother.
Hey,
you're muted.
Sharon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's going on?
What's good, man?
What's your thoughts? Talk to me.
Man, the black man love the black woman, man. I don't care what nobody say. You heard me? We love y'all, man. We been putting up with y'all bullshit in these spaces for over 10 years. So we did build some healthy relationship before all the bullshit came. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with a lot of ladies in these spaces. And if I ever get my shit right, I will marry Sugar Bum.
Oh God, no.
I think we'll take over this space like New Jack City and make this shit, turn this shit to the Carter. You hear me?
Rockabye, baby. I feel you.
That's my Keisha. She always called me Bus Stop Bay. You hear me?
Damn.
I love Sugar Bum. How about that though? The worst of the worst. I think I could change her.
Now she's the worst of the worst.
Why you saying Sugar Bum? Why is Skyline? I don't know if that's true or not. Kels, you know if it's true or not? Why you laughing?
About what?
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm the only one that can see.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey yo, I don't pay attention to the chat. That's one thing I don't do. Man, since forever, man. I learned, I'm the one who implemented that. Like, don't pay attention to the chat. Just talk your shit.
Shout out to
the chat.
Knock it off. Quietly lurking. Phone died. Deuces.
These motherfuckers done jack my shit, Sharon. I talked about have panel etiquette. You know what I'm saying? I said that. I said don't look at the chat when you on platforms. And I talked about Steve Harvey suits. Some of these dudes be wearing them Steve Harvey Marshall suits trying to get a woman. They need better attire.
What's wrong with
Especially if you're trying to get married.
What's wrong with the Steve Harvey suit? You trying to get married?
Nah, these niggas be having them colorful suits, yo. Them shits ain't working no more. I'm talking about from the Mac's Pimpers days, like them Steve Harvey suits from the Mac days. Females ain't trying to hear that shit. Them wild colorful suits on the Steve Harvey show.
Well, I don't know about no colorful ones. I ain't never had no colorful. Oh, no, I'm lying. I had a colorful suit. I don't know what's
talking about.
Like, y'all gonna chill out disrespecting the pimping, man. The pimping is, the suit is like the peacock with the feathers, man. Stop disrespecting
I'm talking about I'm talking about the wolf of I'm gonna get you, sucker, when he had the goldfish at
Tony
the bottom.
Vargas, Huggy Bear. Stop disrespecting the pimping.
Didn't he have fish in his shoes?
Yeah, he had the fish. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Bomb know what it is. Bomb know about that turning dolomite, that Goldie and that Superfly.
Oh, yep.
That's fact.
Superfly days, you heard me?
Yeah, that Ron O'Neal.
I'm making a suit
now. I do know every
with dollar signs. The fabric is all dollar money.
Oh wow!
Right. With the blowout. The blowout.
So I'm about to go take me a nap.
Okay.
Hey, Sharon, real quick, why did you move your shows to the evening?
Because I got this job that's like 100 miles away that I gotta be at, and I gotta get it done within the next 8 days, hopefully.
Okay.
So I've been trying to get this job. Yeah.
Handle your business, G. Handle your business.
And it's a difficult one.
Wow.
Like I got units covered in Thursday, and I don't have no electrician there, so that's gonna be interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, anyway,
that's all right. That's why you get paid all the big bucks to problem solve.
Goddamn.
What's going on with your cousin, man?
That's where the real money is at. Problem solve. You learn how to solve problems. You don't never have to lift the finger. You just direct people where to go.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think it's also interesting when I'm on jobs like because it's starting to be like a lot of young people now. Because I got this 18-year-old there, a 21-year-old, and a 26, and it was so funny. Like that representation thing is real. Like I didn't sometimes you kind of you hear it on TV, and the people want to say, hey, I want to see somebody that looks like me on TV. But them seeing me run a job site and seeing all these old white folks come to me and be like, hey, we need this.
And this got you.
They's like, yo, they came to like they came to one by one. Like, how did you what did you like? You went to school for this? Like, how did this happen? They didn't even know how to even approach me at first. It was so crazy. That's like, and then like one of them, he's like, came to me, he's like, man, I want to be just like you. You gonna have any time where I could just speak to you after my shift is over and I could just talk to you and shit like that. And it's so weird that like that shit is real.
That's dope.
People need to see themselves
that's dope. Yeah.
in a higher position.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, that's dope.
So they can
agreed.
They can get there,
Yeah, that is possible.
Yeah.
And pick my brain and see what it is, see if it's just luck or whatever. Because then after I speak to them in person, and that's why I think it's always weird when I be hearing these conversations, man. Like this shit gets a little deeper than what we be having on these panels. These young boys, they be looking because one of the young boys, his father he's a construction tool guy, his own company, but he don't look to his father as holding it down. Weird. But that's because he live with him.
Yeah, maybe not at the level you at. You got the white man coming to you, bigger job maybe.
Right, but still, I mean, it's still not easy. No matter what level of you running your own shit.
Yeah, Sharon. My homeboy do construction, man, and on his job, he get paid $80 an hour.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like like especially going like out of town and stuff. Like the rate is higher. You know what I mean? Especially when you got like your OSHA 30 card, training course. You
Ocean
know what I'm
30 is
talking about?
yeah, Ocean 30 obsolete now, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So, what's the main one to get you for the OSHA then? OSHA what?
You need 40 now.
You need 40?
Yeah.
Damn. See, I ain't even know that.
Yeah, you need 40. I got 100 and some change. I forgot.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope.
Isn't that dealing with asbestos and things like that? That OSHA stuff or no?
Is it occupational safety hazard something?
Yeah, so it's more about
the regulatory agency.
Yeah, so when you start dealing with certain amount, when you are directing a certain amount of people, you got to have different levels of hours of safety experience.
Okay.
And then once you get past 50 hours, you are actually really responsible for people's lives. So if something happened on the job site and I walk past it and then somebody lose their life from that thing, I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
So
interesting. So how long these young bloods though, when they see you though, I'm just curious, how are you taking that in when you see the look on their faces when they see you as the head honcho?
I know they be first of all, they so surprised and shocked. That'd be the number one thing. They be like they be confused. Their faces literally like they be looking and they're like, what's going on? Like and then you see I see the whispering. Plus I still dress decent. I don't look like the normal construction guy as well. And then they just have a bunch of questions. They try to understand. Because they legit confused in the face. The first time they speak to me. And plus I look young too, so they don't think I'm as old as I think I am too.
Yeah,
so to them, they like, what, you like 34, 37? I'm like, shit.
Yeah, be a damn old,
so how
dirty
long it took you for to get the 130 something license, Sharon?
Huh?
So how long it took you to get the 130 something OSHA license, whatever, the certification?
It take you 100. It take you 100 hours.
100 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay.
It's 100 hours, and you got to get
Sharon,
you got to get
I'm about to
sponsored.
head on out, bro. But yo, it's been great. I love you guys.
Peace,
and love. Take care, guys.
Yo, salute to you fellas, man. Hey yo, Chicago Wheeler, man. You know that I'm subscribed to your channel, bro. I'm definitely subscribed to your channel.
That's love, man. That's love. I ain't did nothing in a minute, man. I done calmed down.
So. You went live. you went live like what? Like no, your ass went live like what? 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah. It's been a minute. Yeah. I done calmed down now. I done calmed down. Look, I celebrated the born day yesterday. I worked. I slept.
Salute.
Oh yeah. Thank you. But I did more reflecting. Thank you. I did more reflecting than anything else. So I hit one of the young bloods up because I got too much creativity. I just want to move different for these next 50. So I got a lot. I got a lot of creativity I got to put out in the earth for all of you niggas to enjoy.
Absolutely. And this is why I always be trying to tell them, like, it is important that young people see older people of, like, if we really want to change something, we got to be that existence. Because for them, when they see me, they don't really see me. This is like their first time ever seeing something like that, right? For them, they like, what the fuck? Because like I have like about like 6-7 different old money white people come to me every day on a job site, and they try to want to tell me what to do, and then I tell them what to do, and so they like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
They like, how they listening to him? Who you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they boss got to come to me or whatever, right? So that's very interesting to them. They just can't understand it. But it's important that you be that thing, because them seeing me, and then now they could talk to me, they could physically touch me. It made them like, and when I gave them the advice, I see them, they actually took the steps to figure out how they could go to the next level and everything.
That's dope.
So like, it's important that we be the change that these young people need to see, even if it's something that's small. Like you yourself is a very important change of image for young people.
Oh, that's a fact.
Even if it's only I totally agree with you, Sharon. But do you agree that many moons ago, right, that there was actually communities that actually seen brothers like you who pulled up in a fire truck, who pulled up in a police car. Like there was actually communities like that, and you still got communities like that in the suburbs where other races actually see like the freaking police officer live next door. You know what I'm saying? Or the firefighter live next door. Because in my community, there's like teachers over here, like retired teachers, retired RN nurses. You know what I'm saying?
And
So,
damn, girls, and you still turned out the way how you turned, Lord.
Man, I'm still an ain't shit ass nigga, yo. I'm still an ain't shit nigga. Yo, that's crazy, right? I'm still an ain't shit ass nigga though. Like, yo, Sharon, man, I'm hard.
Good day, Supreme Goddess.
Damn.
Know what I'm saying?
Yo, Sharon,
See,
I thought you was doing what you normally do, was ending the show. That's crazy.
I need a female like PH Diva.
He got Tourette's. You know, Kel's got Tourette's.
Yeah.
Hey, PH Diva.
Yo, what up, Diva?
Hey, y'all. How everybody doing?
I'm trying to change PH Diva mindset.
Boy,
Know
I'm
what I'm saying? That's my goal. That's my goal. I'm trying to change her mindset and have a motherfucking son. And have a motherfucking son. And have a son like DMX.
Yeah, Kel, she about to kick you off at the end of the show. You know you're annoyed when you get kicked off at the end of the show.
I done got a migraine. God damn. You just started. I'm like, what the hell?
Man, be quiet. I'm chilling.
Oh,
I did have a question.
Go ahead, Diva.
So I was listening to the last part of, you talking about you on the job site and the guys coming,
the young boys,
talking to you. I've seen earlier today, I saw a news story about, what is it called? Build a Man. I think it's in like Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, maybe. But they take like young Black boys and they, give them trades training or whatever. And they were saying kind of the same thing. Like they can see us, they can talk to us, they can touch us. And so they know that, they can do this. And so that's just got me wondering about like the mindset of Black males. Like, so were they previously thinking they couldn't do it? Or, do you always have to see somebody to have enough belief in yourself to say, hey, I can, if those old money white men come telling everybody what to do, like I can be in a position to where I'm telling them what to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Why do they have to see it in order to think that they could do it?
Because I think, especially I can speak to the construction part, right? The construction part, most of the work, 90% of the workers, even the supervisors and the foremen, they are all Black. The only people that is giving directions and giving out checks that has their name on a check is the white person. So I think a lot of times they feel like they could get as high as the top mechanic or foreman, but the actual owning a company and running a job site where everybody's coming to you, I don't think that is a reality for most of them. It's just that they vision, they can't see that. Really?
Okay, that's just very interesting because, I mean, I'm guessing why wouldn't the mindset be, I'm gonna be the first, right?
Yeah.
Without having to see somebody, if you see that nobody's done it, then why wouldn't the mindset be, well, shit, I'm gonna be the first one? Like, take it as a personal challenge to say, I'm gonna be the first one.
I think also the next issue with it is that it doesn't look, most people do not make it look like how we make it look like. So it doesn't look cool. Like, I think for them, when they see me, I look a little cool to them. They're like, oh, you don't dress like, you don't look dirty. Most construction, even the foreman, they still look, most of the construction work, they still look dirty. So it's nothing cool about it to them. So they like, he making money, but
so it's a dangerous.
Cool. Yeah, it can't just be because they can't see that he's taking care of his family.
Yeah, So I guess the concern that I have is, so in these spaces we hear a lot about the men needing to lead or whatever. But if these men don't even have enough belief in self and vision to be able to say, hey, I can do that without having to, have somebody handhold them, then I just kind of question their ability to like lead a woman in a family. So,
right. So even with a lot of the foremen that are there, they don't look like they leading anything. They look like they down and out, even though they're making great money. They don't look like something that a young person want to aspire to be.
Nah,
So
I
they're
know what
already
Sharon is
there,
talking
though.
about. Oh, I don't want to
They're
over
already
talk
there,
nobody.
though. So they're aspiring to do something in that area because they're there.
Right, they just did get a check because you got to remember a lot of times when they between the age of 18 and 26, they making minimum wage. At this point, right, minimum wage is a lot better, but it's still minimum wage. So that check is not really inspiring. They're like, oh, okay.
Right.
So what else are they
Like
doing?
So until for me, even when I first jumped into it, I didn't really get inspired to learn this shit until I seen somebody check, and he was and mind you, he was only making $25 an hour. I was like, shit, you make $1,000 a week? Shit. I was like, I could do what you do. Shit. I thought, man, I run circles, and that's what inspired me to. I was like, so I felt like I could be better than him. So therefore, I was like, all right, if you make it 1,000, I can make 1,000. And then as I got high, I was like, oh, that ain't shit, but it took time.
Sharon, but I totally understand what you're saying, yo. So, but can y'all still hear me, yo? Because I wish I could have my brother on the platform, because he don't even know that I be on YouTube, right? And like he been in this field a long time, and he actually a supervisor dealing with asbestos. He deal with all of that stuff, but now he's a mechanic, a diesel mechanic, fix the buses, like the RTS buses, like the public buses and stuff of that nature. And like he make most money than more supervisors. And like, but he's the cool dude who they gravitate toward because he like still work out. He 50 years old, still looks smooth. Ladies still love him. He's married, family, kids, all of that. It's like some kids, this generation is more like hands-on and visual.
Yeah,
like they need to see that
I don't
person
think it's
from
just
the same community.
I don't
Go
think it's
ahead.
just this generation kills. I think that's just kind of what PhD was trying to allude to and trying to figure out. PhD is trying to figure out why is it that they got to see somebody at a very cool and successful version of it for them to want to inspire to it. It's just something that I think is possibly that's just in our DNA. I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know.
Well, we talk about men being visual creatures too, so that just don't apply to seeing a beautiful woman, right, and aspiring to want that woman. That also applies to being able to physically see. A lot of these boys, we talk about these boys coming from broken homes. So who is the example? If you go back to the 70s and you listen to the young bloods that came up, even for myself, you hear a lot of, there was gang culture, there was this, there was that, or there was pimps. I was attracted to the pimps, the hustlers. Even if, they put bump guards down here. They just installed some bump guards. These kids been riding crazy in my neighborhood, y'all. They just put these bump guards down here. I'm glad about it. If you talk to some of these kids in these schools now and you ask them what they want to be, it's rapper, actor, or athlete. They don't know any. You'll get the obligatory lawyer or doctor, and you drill down and ask them what kind of lawyer, what kind of doctor. They don't know. Right? They don't know about, even if you wanted to go into entertainment, business manager, road manager, like all the areas where you can make some significant bread. You're just not in front of the camera. They don't know because they can't see it. They can't even fathom let me just stay at the entertainment piece. People didn't know what was possible from the executive side of the music business until you saw somebody like a Clarence Avant. Or Russell Simmons, or a Barry Gordy, or so on and so forth. And then from that, you get this well of music executives, successful music executives.
Andre Harrell.
Yeah, Andre Harrell. Yeah. Rest in peace, Andre Harrell.
But imagine, I don't want to step on your toes, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt your bill, right? Because I love the bill, right? I love the bill. But imagining, boom, doing like the Harlem Renaissance days. It's like these people actually live next door to you. That's what I'm trying to stand on. Like, you actually seen the Harrells. You've actually seen the Brownstones or the Puffies and the basketball players, the doctors, the lawyers, like actually walking out your building or living on a side by side in the Brownstones back in those days. You know what I'm saying? So certain people are more visual creatures though. Like they need to see it.
Yeah. And I don't know what
it's
it is,
more than this
but
hearing ain't. You feel
yeah,
me?
it's definitely more than hearing, and it's not like they it's just, and it's not like they look at me as it's just that they don't see it often, where it's like, oh shit, it's not like I don't even know how to really explain it at this moment.
Yeah.
I'm glad you know you're there so they can see it though.
Yeah,
Right?
it's really just a visual and physical thing. Like, oh shit, look, this is a young man. He looks close into what my existence is. Like, he doesn't look old and about to be one foot in the casket. He looks still young. He's still hip. He could communicate properly. You know what I'm saying? He still looks clean.
Exactly.
He can take care of himself. So yo, what are you doing, bro?
Like
Sharon,
yo, I want to add on. I want to add on real quick before, like Sharon, right. Yo,
my
when I was
son
growing
won't
up,
look at
right.
me the way how they would, right? My son will look at me like, oh, like you doing some dope shit. What was it that got you to this dope shit? My son like, hey, I need $100.
Right.
That's our kids in the
Yeah. That's cool, but give me 100, man.
I love long jumping. Yo, Sharon, say when I was growing up, right? I would have seen like one of them athletes who like the long jump. Like I wasn't an average kid growing up. I used to love the long jump, right? I done came in 3rd place in long jumping growing up. You might not believe me, but yo, I used to long jump. I was in baseball.
Hey,
like
Cal,
that was my sport.
Hey, Kels, I 100% believe, because the way how you long jumped it into your own self.
always.
He got excited about that long jump, boy.
No diddy.
Might go out there and long jump in the projects right now.
You know, on every panel, I do that shit though. You know how I am, but I ain't do it in a minute.
Hey, Lord ADS, before we get up out of here, what was your thoughts, brother?
Nah, brother, I'm just listening and enjoying the vibe. A cool night.
Yeah, we just cooling. PhD, did I answer your question by any chance? Are you still gonna be on these young black boys' necks?
Yeah, I'm a long jumping PhD.
I'm still on the next because I just think it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of sad that there's no like vision for self, or I don't know.
But PhD, but where would they get it from? So if they come from broken homes, the father's not in the homes, and if we go with that narrative, like where would it come from?
We got little computers in our hands all day, every day, right? So information is at our fingertips.
Yep.
Right. And so look for it, right? And it depending on what you're looking at. I'm not in the trades, but stuff will pop up in my feeds about different trades programs or whatever. I know when I went into my field, I didn't know anybody who had done it before, right? It was just me seeking out information and finding out what would be a good fit for me. And so the idea that you got to be able to touch somebody in order to have an idea for what you want for yourself. We see all types of shit on TV, in different shows. Now, they may not be black people doing it, but you could see the person, launching the rocket ship and say, hey, that seemed kind of interesting. Whether they black or not, like maybe I would want to do that and look into what it takes to do that.
Yeah, that was what I wanted to do as a kid too, was be an astronaut. I thought I made the grades, but I didn't come close, so I ended up stuck in engineering. But man, that was like my dream as a child to be an astronaut. Yeah.
ADS, how did you get into engineering?
That's dope.
Military, believe it or not. I joined the Navy after I flunked out of college.
Wow.
First, I thought I was going to be stuck in as a grease monkey, man, to keep it real with you for years. My granddad worked on cars, so I thought I'd be working on cars too. But I ended up, exploring a couple different options, ended up in IT, and this is where I've been since.
Yo, salute to you, fam. That's a blessing, yo. What's the program they had back in high school, yo? What was that program called?
I graduated
like for the military.
Yeah. Oh, are you talking
I
about
always went
the
ARC? What is
No,
it called?
ROTC.
Yeah.
ROTC, yeah.
ROTC program, yo. Why my mom didn't want me to join that program? I told her that I wanted to join that program. She was like, nah, yo, maybe you gotta steal something. She was like, yo, maybe you gotta take the you gotta drive off with the tank or something. She was like, nah, bro. Yo, I'm not trying to troll or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? But she didn't want me to join the army, yo. Like I always wanted to join the army, and like that's one of my biggest regrets. And I heard a lot of brothers in these spaces actually said that too. Like they wish they joined the army. And one of my friends is right now in the army right now. He's like 36 right now in the army.
How old are you?
I don't know the age requirements. Like, can you join the army right now at the age of 36 or 40 right now?
Google
Say,
it.
fuck it.
Google it and find out.
Yeah, we gotta be 31.
No, because right now they still
35 is the
you
limit.
still in shape at 40. You still in shape. You still could do about 40 push-ups. I mean, like 40 pull-ups, 500 push-ups.
35 is the limit.
Can
That's
you
it.
still?
No.
Can you still join the army at 36?
He can give you the answer. I gave it. Teron gave it.
35.
Okay, look it up, and even Supreme
Yeah,
Guard.
yo, I'm gonna look it up, yo, because I think my homeboy is 36 years old and he on the army. And he always, hey, yo, Sharon, and he always on Facebook. He always on Facebook Live too. He gotta be 36, bruh. He always on Facebook Live.
Hey, Diva, Bob, I turned his microphone down too. And it's still loud as hell.
Nah, yo, I'm on my cheap headset. Gotcha.
But yeah, so I think it was Lord ADS said his grandfather was a mechanic, or he worked on cars, and so he thought that he would work on cars. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at. There seems to not really be any type of like self-exploration or any type of just real thought in most instances of the men deciding what their vocation is going to be. Right.
Well, you know,
they kind of
also
fall
because-
into stuff a lot of times.
Right.
Also, because I think that's just a thing with men. You know, just like even with our last names, right? The Woodsman, like that happened because like Schumann, like people was named after the thing that they did. Is what I was trying to get.
Jamaica.
Right, you know, and all those things. And so I think once you get caught up in your neighborhood and you start seeing other people that's like you and they do whatever they doing, you see yourself doing the same thing. You wind up adapting the same lingo, the same kind of walk, the same kind of clothes. It's just something that naturally happens. Yeah.
They'll start slinging dope.
Yeah, my granddad used to work on cars in the summer. In the winter, he used to chop wood, right, and sell that. That's how he made money. You know, so I grew up watching that. My dad, he was a union worker, right? So he ended up being, saying that one of the UAWs. That's where he's been ever since I was a kid. So that's what I had saw, which kind of gave me some path. But you know what really got me out of that? Ambition.
Right.
Yeah, ambition. You got to have some ambition, right?
Yeah. Or a vision to some ambition.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It seems to be lacking. That's the issue I have.
It's possible. I don't know. I think also is direction as well. So like even if they see this other man, like he's a different race, or they can't touch him, they just Googled him and they read his story. It's something about that is still it doesn't seem realistic, doesn't seem obtainable.
Right. So
these people don't seem real.
Am I muted?
Like Elon, no, you're not, Bomb. Elon Musk don't seem like a real person. Like he got $300 billion. That don't seem real.
Something wrong with
Yo,
that.
how the fuck you get 300 billion? That's
Here go
crazy.
the age ranges. Air Force, you could be 42. Army, no longer than 35. Coast Guard, 41. Marines, 28. Navy, 41.
He should look that up for himself.
No, I
So
agree.
Nah, yo, me and Bomb got a connection though. Chill.
I ain't gonna lie. If I probably would have did it at the age of 40 just so I could get some of those benefits. After I found out how many benefits.
I'm still kind of young though. I still could join right now though. Like that's what's up. And I could do over like 500 push-ups right now to this day. Like,
go join.
Fuck out of here. Nah, I'm gonna get one of your cousins, Bomb. Shut up.
What you gonna get one of my
He just
cousins to
talking.
do?
Right.
He ain't
I
doing
just
nothing.
want to be a part of the family. I just want to be a part of the family.
They all
That's
married.
it. Done. God damn it.
Yeah, he's obnoxious.
Diva, you got any final thoughts? Beautiful.
Just
Uplift
aim,
those young men. Uplift those young kings. Go ahead and lift them up.
right. So aim higher, try harder, and don't forget to watch the dog ones.